Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I trust you are as well as you can be in this moment, regardless of whatever circumstances may be affecting you. Please know that if there is any emotional turmoil at this time, that this too shall pass, as it always does, right? Now, if you want to share what you're going through, please know that there's space here open for you. Hello, dear Diane. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Welcome, dear Liramore Infinity. Hello, Riri. Welcome, Neon Jello Pack. I'd love to set the intentions for the space as being a welcoming environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, etc. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Doing good, kinda, shares Diane. Have some insomnia so you're up. I pray that you will fall asleep at precisely the right time, and you will rest just as deeply as you need to be rejuvenated for all you have to do. Thank you, Neon Jello Pack, for the heart me that you sent. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Welcome, dear Mary Ann. Tatwamasi. Thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Sitaram. You were talking to your Rama, shares Anthony. We love Rama. Rama Raja. The royal form of the divine. As you wish, dear Anthony. How do you fully devote yourself to Rama? Chant his holy names. The best way to connect with any of the forms of the divine is to recount their pastimes, their epithets, their qualities. Let it fill your heart, mind, and soul. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. That is the Maha Mantra, the great mantra. Dear Matt, you wonder if we can be friends. I can extend to you whatever I share with everyone else here, which is an open inbox if you ever want to share something with me. And in this space, I'll be glad to answer any questions according to my understanding or explore them with you. And certainly on that level, I extend my friendship, but I don't know if I can be everyone's best friend. Probably won't be able to attend your birthday party or anything like that. But I'm here for you. That is right, dear Anthony. The Maha Mantra. You spelled it. Hello, dear user 444. Hello, dear Raven. Good day, dear Andy. I like your mantra, Christian. Dear Nilmik, your question is truth more important than peace? It's a beautiful question. I say that the highest truths are always the ones that grant the most peace. Yes, there are uncomfortable truths, like If we don't brush our teeth, we're much more likely to get gingivitis. That's a truth. Probably an uncomfortable truth, because no one wants to imagine what their mouth is like with gingivitis. But if you go higher into the realm of absolute truth, these are the knowledge points that will establish you in the wholeness of you are, in union with the entirety of the universe. What could be more peaceful than that knowing? Knowing that you are an eternally liberated spirit, untouched by the circumstance of this body and this mind, no longer how long you've been associated with these material things. Your only bondage is not seeing this. That is a truth which cannot be eclipsed by anything higher. That is a truth that installs Satchitananda, the peace, the bliss, Ananda, of the truth, the Sat, of your existence consciousness, Chit. So rest assured that if there is any knowing which causes you a lack of peace, then there is still a lack of knowing. Thank you, dear Neon Jello Pack, for your 107 roses. Om Kali Maha Kali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Karin Devi Narayani Namostute. Goddess Mix, you had asked if I have any advice for women with long hair. How should they wear it? Whatever makes them happy. Hair comes in many different types. The ratio of, hair thickness to hair density, hair colors, how you choose to dye it, how much oil you have, what types of oils are in your hair, the amount of disulfide bonds between the keratin molecules. All of that changes what you feel is right for you. Let it flow in the way that suits you. I trust your judgment with that. Thank you, dear green eggs and fried brains, for your heart me and quintet of roses, or quintet of team bracelets rather. Om Dhryambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiyamamritat. And then how you? Thank you for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Allow me to begin our Sangha with an invocation of the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishadic mantra for Shanti, peace, as a prayer that is Am Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Dear Anthony, you share, gratitude is beautiful. Why do we need it though? Why affirm your gratitude? when Rama's commands are that you cannot deny a request from Rama. If I could speak for him, what do I want in this life? I want a world that sees past our differences, one in which all of our unique quality traits, experiences, and perspectives only add to the global discussion of what it means to be alive. A universal kingdom where no life is seen as higher nor lower, but there is a niche for us all to find ourselves in and complement the whole. The fact that we are so different is proof that we have all come from one source that is so infinite that it could never be expressed in any particular way. So it has come to express itself in every particular way. Gratitude is necessary because it opens us up to discover what more we could have. It sounds like a paradox, but if we want to invite grace, instead of complaining, instead of pointing out all the things we don't have, what if we acknowledge the things that we do have, as if there were an assembly line of things waiting to come to us, but they only come to us after everything that we already have is acknowledged. Just like when you're getting groceries at a fancy modern supermarket and they have those conveyor belts for your groceries, only after each item is scanned and put in the bag does the conveyor belt turn on again for the next item to come. So too, we must be grateful for the experiences we've had thus far to turn on the conveyor belt of all new experiences that are meant for us. And that is one step that we all must take in order to be part of a world where we can be happy with each other. Namaste, dear Miyananda. May all the majesty you see in another be a reflection of that within you, dear Teddy. Dear Gordon, you ask if I use any products for my hair. My hair? I think I just use whatever my mom gets me for Christmas or my birthday. I don't know the brand or what's written on it. All I see is shampoo, that goes in first. Conditioner, that goes in second. So much so that I get a Sharpie and I just draw over the bottle. Number 1. That's first, and then number 2, that goes in second. Thank you, dear goddess Mix, for the butterfly for you. Beautiful. Om Namah Karlim Vidame Sharing Naditame Haring Devidame Ang Sarasvatyai Swaha. Dear Riri, you ask, what do I know about Shri Anandamayi Ma, the bliss-filled mother? You came across her photo today on Etsy. She was a very remarkable figure, and that she seems to have had a certain enlightenment her whole life, from the day she was born. There's a very famous quote that I can only paraphrase now from her, where she said, yesterday I was the same. Before I met you, I was the same. A year ago, I was the same. 10 years ago, I was the same. When I was a child, I was the same. Before I was born, I was the same. And when I die, I will continue to be the same. Clearly, she speaks for her eternal self. She was a mystic, and she studied from many of the world's religions and traditions equally. There was a time in her life when she went into seclusion, her time of sadhana, and she practiced a variety of different religions and came to the conclusion that they are all one, and they lead you to the same ultimate truth. Thank you, Veri, for the heart me that you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. You know, dear Anthony, it is said that non-duality is a path that brings you to Brahmananda, the bliss of the ultimate. But duality can bring you to Premananda. That's the bliss of divine love. And although both are Ananda, infinite in their bliss, Premananda is said to be even sweeter. So, if you wake up on the spiritual path and yet you still feel a sense of separation, that can sometimes be not a lack of non-dual integration, but a blessing that one may follow the path of duality and increase in their longing for the divine. Both are valid. Both bring you to the infinite abode of the source. One is just a little more intimate. Another is one that will certainly increase your longing. You are meant to be here. Your unique personality, ego, it is a gift from God. See, Bright, you feel that duality is calmer to you because it's not a battle for the soul. Exactly. You are allowed to be just as you are. That's beautiful, dear David. I share your appreciation for mantras. Hello, dear Narlin Brando. Diane, you ask, if you keep replacing the parts in the boat, is it still the same boat? The ship of Theseus. You know, the only reason, what is it, the Greeks or the Romans? The only reason the Greeks were confused about that is because they felt like everything had a unique and separate identity. But if you understand it's all one, then there is no paradox. It's been the ship of Theseus even before it was even the ship of Theseus, and it will continue to be, just as everything always is, part of the whole. There is no real separation between anything. When you zoom out, it seems like there's a difference between you and I. Yes. You can apply that to all the cells in our body, how all of our molecules are being replaced by the nutrients we get, how our personalities may change, our bodies may grow, our people, our surroundings. But if we remember that we are not the body, not the mind, we are eternal consciousness, then there is no debate about if you are the same, just as the Blissful Mother said. No matter what happens in her life, I am the same. And yet, if you look a little deeper at the material world also, it appears like everything is made up of individual and distinct particles. But when the wave theory was discovered, we realized that actually, it's not that most of the universe is empty space. And there's tiny particles that never truly touch. Those don't exist. There is no empty space in the whole of the universe. There is only one continuous field that vibrates with everything else. Everything is touching everything else in this universe. In fact, there is no multiple things. There's just one grand universal field with vibrations that permeate the whole space. Thank you, dear truth seeker, for your heartbeat. Om Karing Kali Kai Nama. Greetings, dear Jacqueline. I have heard the law of one, dear Maddie. Dear Anthony, you share, if you know you've always been nothing, why do you still feel real? Because nothingness is real. Nothingness is not the lack of reality. It is the contents of reality. Hello, dear Miss G. Hello, Jasmine. Welcome, Jay. Dear Anthony, you ask, how do you keep others from imploding like you did when you realized too early? Notice that you are still whole even after your implosion. Even though you have experienced the dark night of the soul, it didn't take you away from the light that came after. In fact, it brought you closer. Hello, Kemi. My day has been well so far. Thank you for asking, Jasmine. How about you? I like your question, Vaz High Roller. Do I think we programmed AI or discovered it? It's the same universe awakened to itself, isn't it? We just opened another channel for the universe to sing its eternal song. Hello, dear Be Radical. You are always forgiven, dear Anthony, by the divine. It's just a question of if you can forgive yourself. Hello, dear Marcy. You have a Beyond Burger and baked potato sangha snack. That sounds delicious. Anthony, you ask, if the universe awakens to itself, will it incarnate as Vishnu once more? In every single atom, Vishnu has incarnated. For the name Vishnu means the all-pervasive one, the one that pervades all. Pardon me. Dear Seabright, you ask, do I ever pivot out of this and go ego wild? That's a funny saying. Ego wild. Let's go ego wild. Our egos are divinely given, and I say this with not humility, but understanding that right now I speak from my ego. And that's because one may understand the word ego to mean a negative thing, but I don't. I see the ego as our agency in this universe. And the problem is not in having a sense of self or a personality. It is in having a sense of self or personality that's limited to the body and mind. But if you can push that sense of self beyond to include not just what's happening here, but what's happening over there for you and for everyone here, then that sense of self becomes a representative for the whole and not just a part that doesn't realize it's part of the whole. Dear Jasmine, you're wondering if I can give you all a prayer. In this moment, I pray that each and every one of you learn to forgive yourselves and understand that exactly the way you are in this moment and in the ways you are changing is a beautiful gift to this world. May you be meant to be here. May you realize that you are meant to be here because you are, and understand that your gifts are not burdens but blessings. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I'm glad you enjoyed the hummus session from our last Sangha. Lovable eccentricity. Thank you for finding beauty in me, dear Kyoryango. Dear One Single Day, you've been really anxious about university. Do I have any advice for coping with the feeling? Just live one single day at a time. Yesterday no longer is. Tomorrow has yet to arrive. But today you exist. And that means do your best in this moment and know that that's enough. If in this moment you are not studying for a test, then don't worry. Worry when you have to, not before. No point. You are not defined by your grades. What gets you far in life is not a piece of paper with a certificate inscribed on it, but the effort that you apply to get you there. That is what will take you far. Dear Be Radical Green, you ask if I use any crystals. I don't use any physical crystals, but I do use more subtle crystals, not made of matter. Crossfires, you ask, but is a child born with an ego? As a mother, dear Crossfires, you should know more than anyone that your child was indeed born with a unique personality and sense of self. In fact, even when they were within your womb, just from how you felt about them, you knew there was something unique about them. They weren't just a blank slate that had no personality. There was something special about them. It's that special perspective that they add to the world that you know and love. Thank you, dear Anna Bowles, for your heart me. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Anthony, you ask, what happens when you remember you've always been supposed to be living in forgetfulness? Then you win the game. You know, there's one game that you win when you forget. There's another game that you win when you lose. Or you win when you remember. You've won that game. Hello, dear Miller. I am 23 in this body, dear Diane. But like the ship of Theseus, does it really have an age? Hello, Corey. I'm happy to have you here, dear Ellers. You will get through this. I know you will. I'm happy that you enjoyed the answer, dear Seabright. Hello, Shelly Belly. I'm doing well, thank you, dear Anna. Dear Anthony, you ask, what if you can't live until Rama forgives you face to face? Then you truly have the heart of a bhakta. Thank you, Princess. Thank you for finding beauty in the life we share, dear Dragon's Breath. Anthony, you ask, what is G to me? If I am Shiva, G is Shakti. Thank you, dear Kazki, for your heart meme. Hum hum hrim hrim Nama Shakti Shivaya Shiva Shaktiyai Nama Om. Diplomatics, thank you for your heart meme. Radhe Radhe. No, I've never heard of that, Diane. Tiger Luna, you ask, what do I mean by subtle crystals not made of matter? I mean, there are certain technologies and instruments that can help your physical practice. But if you are working on a different level of reality, then there's only so much that physical instruments can do. So you need instruments not made of matter. Just as we have technologies made of physical vibrations, there are technologies made of more subtle vibrations. A crystal, in a physical sense, is a repeating molecular structure. It forms a lattice. If you apply that to the astral layer of life, which includes our thoughts, our emotions, that means having a repeating structure of thought, of feeling. This might include mantras. Mantras are spiritual crystals. They vibrate on a subtle level, just as the atoms of a physical crystal repeat, the vibrations of a mantra repeat in another way. I work with those types of crystals primarily. Hello, Lala Michelle. Just like when physicists realized the nature of time crystals, so too yogis utilized these time crystals for their spiritual work for thousands of years. Anthony, you ask, how much cognizance is required before your words awaken the awakened? Words are not what ultimately awaken. It's the energy contained in those words. All you have to do is gently sit next to somebody sleeping, and they will awaken to your presence. Dear Gabriel, you have a bad migraine. Any suggestions? You just want the pain to stop? Drink water. Caffeine actually helps. I know it sounds counterintuitive. Turn off the lights. Stop watching this live stream. Listen to silence. Go under the covers. Let your body drain of this sensation. Become understimulated. Dear Morgan Prabhu, you ask, who is my spiritual master? I bow to the divinity within you. Anthony, you ask, why aren't we only action? And are some of us pretending to be stagnant? Action is our half in the form of the divine feminine. Stagnancy is our half in the form of the divine masculine. We need both in order to have this universe. Sorry to make you lose the game, dear Raven. Welcome, Peoplematics. Let your goal be the path, dear Anthony. Dear Miller, you ask if I will pray for you. You have a job interview to weld for SpaceX tomorrow and you're nervous. I will pray that your welds are so strong that they can survive the outer limits of space, that your pursuit may take you far beyond the material plane, and you will land on new planets within you as you further refine your karma yoga, your union in action. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Anthony, you ask, how are you only telling truth even when you're lying to their faces, as they see nothing but truth? The nature of our existence is that one cannot possibly lie, for long at least. You can only bend and contort the fabric of space-time until it rebounds on you. Truth will always reveal itself. Hello, Leslie. Welcome, Flaming Steed. Elders, you ask, what do I think happens to our loved ones that pass on? They don't. The body returns to Mother Earth, but they don't go anywhere. Think of it like this. Einstein realized that just as to someone on the earth an apple falls to it, to the apple the earth falls up to it. To us it may seem that our loved ones have left their body, but to them, their bodies have left them. Do you see the difference? On one hand, it's leaving us. On the other hand, they don't leave at all, only their body is. And what is their body? Their body is just their address. Their address is where we send the mail to. But even if they leave their house, or their house leaves them, that doesn't mean there's no one to send mail to anymore. You just need to know where they've moved to so that you can send them mail still. For loved ones, it's very simple. The address changes from their physical body to your heart. Now, all you have to do is send in love into your own heart in the space they occupy there. So they haven't gone anywhere. Just their address has changed, that's all. Remember, Diane, that healing happens from the divine and through us. The divine is the healer. We are just instruments for that healing, and we are all equally capable of channeling healing. And you are very fortunate to have had an early start in that. But you're not alone, because the divine is able to heal through all of us. That's why whenever Jesus did healings, even he did not take ownership of the healing. Jesus never said, "You're welcome." He said, "Go to the Father, go to the temple and pray to the Father and thank him. He has healed you through me." And did Jesus ever feel lonely? No. He felt he was among his brothers and sisters wherever he went. He said the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. So if you too remember that the divine does work through you, then you can see that as a possibility we all have equally. Yes. I like your appreciation for Anthony's vision, dear Riri. Hello, dear Orange Plaids. So many wonderful questions. We have to speed up a little because I'm now 90 messages in the past. The chat is not actually delayed for you. I'm just delayed because I want to make sure that everyone gets acknowledged. I read every comment. Hello, Moonlight. I can chant the Shanti Mantra, dear Gabriel. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Said, dear Lala Michelle, everything in nature holds energies. Thank you, dear Nario. Hello, Donzuela. Anthony, you ask, is there multiple forms of stagnance and action? There are different waves that appear on the surface of the ocean, but if you look deeper, they are not separate, but one. Just as every note may come together to form a whole spectrum, so too different energies exist in tandem to one another. Hello, dear Frill. I feel very seen by you, dear Anthony. Morgan Prabhu, you ask, am I God? Only in the same way that everyone else is. There's a beautiful quote from Srila Prabhupada. The only being that can honestly answer, I am God, fully, wholly, and completely, is the one that can show you the whole universe within them. I don't think I can do that. But I'll work on it. Dear Dragon's Breath, you would like a mantra? Is there any particular quality of the divine that you would like this mantra to have? Dear Dragon's Breath. Dear Isabella, you share. You're pretty sure there was some lonely nights for Jesus. Maybe to others, but internally, he was always with his father and his mother. The divine parentage were always with him. Dear Ravi, you ask, how would you get your amygdala to calm down in a legitimately hazardous environment? In a legitimately hazardous environment, you might have the fight or flight response. There's also two others: fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Some people have heard the freeze. Not many have heard the fawn. Many people pleasers in hazardous environments, they turn to fawn, which is they try to attend to the emotions of others so that they don't have to tend to their own emotions. In a legitimately hazardous environment, the flight or fight response is meant to save you. If you are scared, that is a natural survival mechanism. But spirituality can help you remember that you are not this body, not this mind. Even when your physicality is under threat, that doesn't say anything about your spirituality. The reality of your spirit as being untouched. If you can come to a centered place that you know you are meant to be here. You are part of the very background layer of reality that fire cannot burn, water cannot wet, wind cannot blow, that a sword cannot pierce. Then you will see this body not as something merely to protect, but as your instrument to guide. And you, as the singer soul behind the body, you will be free. No matter what happens to this body and mind, you are free. From that place of knowing, guide your body and mind to safety. And remember that the divine is your well-wisher. Nothing is a mere accident. If you believe like that, oh, this shouldn't be happening to me, then you've forgotten how protected you really are. And if you have faith and you use prayer as a means of connecting your lower back to the higher self, the moment will unfold a lot more peacefully. Hello, dear Orem. Dear elders, you ask, what do I think about marriage as a concept? If you want to express your vows to someone, that's a beautiful thing. Does it have to be done legally? No. If you want to go into the middle of a forest under moonlight and share your oath with someone, that can be a sacred union just the same. Can you do it with anyone that consents? Absolutely. Yes. Does it have to be between man and woman? No. Because we all have the divine masculine and feminine within us. You can marry your energies with anything, even a flower, even a tree. If you go up to anything and you feel resonance and you express that at the level of the feminine, I will be your dance, and at the level of the masculine, I will be your stage. When stage and dance comes together, we are one forever and always. You can marry anything. Namaste, dear Orem. Dear elders, you ask, do I think there is a spiritual meaning to ending up alone in this lifetime? You haven't ended. If you think you've ended up alone, you are just at the beginning. I'm glad you like the music, dear Piflomatics. May it be so, dear Talem. Now, I haven't been tending to my gifts. Thank you, dear Oren, for the heart may you sent. Om Bhram Hanumate Namah. Dear Talitha, thank you for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Water Wind, thank you for your heart me. Om Shrim Mahalakshmiyai Namah. Thank you, dear Shopi Heart, for giving a sub to Oren. Om Som Suryaya Namah. And dear Franklin, thank you for your heart me. Om Shri Hanumate Namah. Hello, dear Zen Daddy. Namaste, Linda Lou. Karen, you ask, how can we find our true self? You tried, but it's so hard for you. How can a knife cut itself? Dear Karen. How can a knife cut itself? How can a telescope see itself? How can the one who is seeking find the seeker? Dear Karen, the fact that it's so hard for you proves that you are successful in your failure. Because if you found your true self, it wouldn't be true. You are on the other side of your search. You are on the side of the seeker. That which you wish to find is the place from which you are searching. And seeking is the nature of that self. So as you continue looking for the impossible, you are abiding as your true self. That is to say, the eternal quest of getting to know yourself is the highest authentic expression of yourself. You are the one mystified by the one that you are. I have to solve a one-piece puzzle to prove that this is live. Dragon's breath. You would like a mantra with the grace of the divine. Well, the word for grace in Sanskrit is kripa. Kripa. I can turn that into a mantra for you. I just have to know its dative form. The dative form of kripa, grace, in Sanskrit is kripayai. Divine grace, deva kripayai. If you wanted to turn that into a mantra, you could do Om Namo Deva Kripayai. I can spell that for you. Let me transition into Manana. Bring up my blackboard. Thank you for your patience. Namah. Om Deva Kripaya Namah. A mantra for divine grace. Oh, I did say I would do it in a different order, didn't I? I said Om Namo Deva Kripaya. I think that sounds a little better, doesn't it? Let me move this over. This means salutations to divine grace. May it open you up to be receptive to grace from the divine. Some points of pronunciation. How you pronounce the anuswara, which is symbolized in the International Alphabet of Sanskrit Transliteration as an M with a dot under it, or you see that dot over top of the ligature for Om. You raise the place of resonance in your body to your nasal cavity. That's called the anuswara, if you want to learn how to pronounce that. You'll notice that there's an R sandwiched directly between two consonants, the K and the P. How do you pronounce that? Well, in Sanskrit, the letter R is considered a vowel. This is known as the vocalic R. So you roll your R directly from the K to the P. Krp. Deva Krpaya. You'll notice this bar over top of the A, that means it's long. It's a long A. Krpaya. And O's and E's are also assumed to be long vowels too. Om Namo Deva Kripaya. As well as this diphthong here. I, that's also long. So in perfect pronunciation, it may sound close to Om Namo Deva Kripaya. Salutations to divine grace. There you go, dear Dragon's Breath. May this mantra serve you well. Now I'm definitely probably behind in all the comments. Let me scroll back up. And see where I left off there. Dear Bubbles, you must ask a favor from the Sangha that you normally wouldn't ask. You came down with a fever today and you're feeling miserable. You need the positive vibration of your fam. Let's do a few repetitions of the mantra for healing. The Bija mantra, taken from the Kamika Agama, calling upon the divine twins, the Ashvini, the horse physicians. Ashvinibhyam Namah. 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 Salutations to the divine physicians. May they heal whatever is affecting our dear Shri Hasya Chitrakara. Now, that said, laughter is the best medicine. So Kyle shared that they got some garden boxes built today. Your boxes will be the bushiest. You know, you normally come in here with a joke. I can't tell if that's a punchline I didn't get, or you're now just sharing something personal. Made me laugh anyway. I don't think I have watched The Life of Pi, dear Lauren, but maybe I should. Hello, dear Jay. Can I talk about Siddhartha? Gautama asks whatever. The prince. Sure, we can talk about the person who became known today as the Buddha, the awakened one. He was a prince. He had everything he wanted, but yet he was unsatisfied because he longed to know what was outside of his comfort zone. There he met with sickness, old age, and death, and he wondered how these sufferings could be alleviated. He took many teachings from many different teachers, followed a variety of paths, and he came upon the middle way, a path in between indulgence, like he lived as a king, and austerity, when he lived as an ascetic, and found that although disease, old age, and death are inevitable, we only suffer because we fail to recognize who we are. If we retract our sense of self from the body and the mind, recognizing them to be impermanent, having no desire for these material things, then we can still live a happy life even in the midst of these inevitabilities, and even attain a state beyond the cycles of suffering known as nirvana. Dear P-Flomatics, you had asked, how can a person see themselves? Well, they need a mirror, and our divine mirror is in the smiles that we cast on each other's faces, and the laughter in each other's voices, and the sparkles in each other's eyes. And that is the secret, dear Diane. If you know you're not channeling from your own reserves, if you channel from the divine, then you can go forever without ceasing. Such is why I did a 10-hour live stream one time and only stopped because I had to go to bed. Dear Lissa, you've been stressed out as of lately. What can you do to help yourself cope? Ask yourself, what version of myself am I expected to be that doesn't even resonate with me? And then realize that you don't have to be that. Stress is always caused by taking on an identity that's not yours. For example, someone may be stressed out because they're not matching up to who their boss expects them to be. Well, maybe you're not meant to be who your boss expects you to be. So you relieve yourself of that identity, and you're confident that you know who you are and it's not that. And you act according to your truth, and you will be stress-free. Dear Khalid, you're hoping I study Islam. Assalamu alaikum, my friends. May the peace of Allah be upon you. Yes. Dalen, you wonder if I could let guests up on here so they could ask me questions, talk, and say hi and stuff? Sure. Why not? Not now, but after we were done our reading, since we're an hour into the live stream and I haven't even begun our book. Dear Billy Jeet, you ask, have I met Babaji? Have I met the great Mahavatar Babaji? Not in this lifetime. Thank you, dear Ellers. I do see my capacity to make a good professor. However, to profess is to hide knowledge behind gates that many can't afford. Because to teach implies students that have the capacity to attend school. Thus, all I do, I will never be a professor. At least not one that stands at the front of a classroom where people have to pay for tuition. Because true knowledge should never be behind a paywall. It should always be free for those who are of every class in society. Such is why I will never sell a course or a book, and if I happen to write anything, I will ensure that it's free for all. Thank you, Dub Darker, for the heart me that you sent. Om Ang Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Marvelous Felicity, thank you for your pair of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Inevitable, thank you for your heart me. Om Aum Namah Parashaktaye. You can put the word Nama before or after, since Sanskrit does not have a word order, Dir Tattvamasi. But you do have to adjust the Sandhi. When a Visarga, an expulsion of breath, appears at the end without any words following, then it's just Namah. But if that Visarga precedes a voiced consonant, then it transforms into an Ukara that joins with the Akara, forming the combined Okara. So the word Namah before a voiced consonant, like at the beginning of Deva Kripayai turns into Namo Deva Kripayai. But that's only if you choose to have that word before. Namaste, dear Dragon's Breath. Yes. The story of Rama and Sita is very symbolic. Ravana has 10 heads. Why? What does the number 10 have to do with the Indian philosophy? Well, if you know your Indrayas, your senses, there are 10 senses. 5 Jnanendriyas, the senses of knowledge, sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch, and 5 Karmendriyas, the senses of action, which include our sense of speech, our sense of handling, our sense of digestion, our sense of procreation, our sense of locomotion, and our sense of I don't know how to translate it, but it corresponds to our skin, our sense of interface with the world. In total, these 10 senses, these are the 10 outer senses. They correspond to each of the heads of Ravana, the demon who kidnaps Sita in the Ramayana, and Rama has to save her. So if Ravana represents the 10 worldly senses, we have to understand what Sita and Rama represent. Rama represents the Atman, the true self. Sita represents the ego. The ego, the jiva actually. The ego, the hankara, is part of the jiva. The inner senses actually is what Sita represents, including the mind, intellect, sense of self, memory. That gets captured by the worldly senses. The inner senses, the spiritual senses, get captured by Ravana, the worldly senses. And so Rama, as the true self, has to go and save the inner senses from the outer senses. And at the end, there is still a place in this universe for Ravana. Our 10 senses still continue to operate. It's just now with a kind of independence from our inner senses. Ravana continues to exist, Sita continues to exist, Rama continues to exist, they all continue to exist. But now their relationships are much more healthy, because the association shouldn't be between our mind and our world as one, but our mind and our soul as one. And that's the story of the Ramayana. The game continues. You cannot break the law of the divine, dear Anthony. It wouldn't be divine if you could break it. No, your play is just beginning. May it be so, dear Saphira. Magdalene Priya is here. Radhe, oh Radhe, oh Radhe, oh Radhe, oh Radhe, 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 Radhe. Rama is the true self within us all, the Paramatma, in fact. Good night, dear Karen. Mashallah. Hello, Ace. TikToker, you ask, who is Rama? Rama is a form of the divine that appears in India, representing royalty. You know, the story of Rama is, if God were king on earth, what kind of kingdom would he run? That's the story of Rama. How do you know that anyone's judgment is correct, dear Anthony? If you see the truth in their words directly. And you can't find peace, because peace isn't to be found, it's to be expressed. Even when you are at your lowest low, aren't you still able to make another person smile? That is your peace. They say look within, but they don't mean within your body. They mean within the experience that you create in others. Dear Abdul Rahman, you ask, is negation of the material necessary? Only a negation of your attachment to it. But you are allowed to own things as long as you understand that your ownership is temporary, that you will not possess anything in this world forever. So your goal is not to take anything from this world as if it'll be your birthright. Your birthright is to give spiritual prosperity. And the material can be instruments. You can do good with material as long as you don't become attached to it. Hello, R2D2. Dear Diane, you ask, how long have I been spiritual? Your guess is 6 to 7 years, because I have the same amount as you. Was there ever a time when I didn't have spirit? If I am the spirit, was there ever a moment without myself? Now, there may have been times when I forgot my spirit, but it was always there, wasn't it? The journey never begins, it only continues. Hello, Kelly. I see your question, Paul, and I've answered your question probably many times by now. I don't know if you asked the question and then are still here. Are you still here? I need confirmation before I answer, okay? Hello, Jen. Tammy, you ask if I can be your guru. It is the student that makes the teacher. If you choose to see something in me worth learning, then that's your decision, not mine. I could only hope to be as best as a fellow student and learn from you. So I ask in return, can you be my guru? Dear all-dressed ruffles, you ask, what is the difference between Shambhu and Shiva? Just a small pointer before I answer. The name is Shambhu with a U, but the vocative form is Shambho. It's like the difference between Shiva and Shivaya, that the name is Shiva, but when you're calling out to Shiva, you may say Shivaya. That's the dative form. There are different grammatical forms, and so the base is Shambhu. The name of Shiva is Shambhu. But when you're calling out the vocative form from your heart, you say Shambho, Shambho. But Shambhu is the form that reveals poetry, isn't it? When Shiva is feeling poetic, you may call him Shambhu. You may say it in regards to when he reveals scripture or the Vedas, for example. There are many, many different forms of Shiva. Shambhu is the poet, I think. I could be wrong about that. So Diane, you ask, when did I come into the realization that I am spiritual? Every moment. Every moment is another layer of realization unfolding. Hello, dear MJ. You're very welcome, old dressed ruffles. But let me double check that for you. The etymology of the form of Shambhu. Bhu means to be, to exist, to manifest, and Sham means happiness, auspicious, welfare, or peace. So Shambhu literally means the one who brings happiness or peace, or the source of auspiciousness. It reflects Shiva's role as the ultimate giver of bliss, well-being, and liberation, the embodiment of compassion and grace, Kripa. Shambhu also points to the stillness and contentment of pure being, the peaceful state beyond all disturbance, which aligns perfectly with Shiva's meditative, transcendent nature. There's the etymology of that. And I understood that in relation to how that auspiciousness and bliss comes through his voice as he manifests in words, in prose. And you heard that it's the gentle form of Shiva, I think you are right. Yes. The beautiful thing about Sanskrit is that it can be expressed in English in many, many more ways than one, because there's so much meaning encapsulated in these Sanskrit words. Dear S, you ask if I'm participating in Ramadan. Given that I normally go to bed before the sun rises and wake up after it sets, I think I'm already doing my fasting from sunrise to sunset. In fact, I've been doing Ramadan for a few years straight. That's beautiful, Tattvamasi. You share that Shambhu doesn't think twice when giving. He gives so much that the other gods have to backtrack. I love that aspect of Shiva. Yeah. Shiva is so giving that he'll answer anyone's wishes. And then the gods will come to Shiva and go, why did you give that demon the power to destroy worlds? Shiva's like, oh, he was so nice to me in his prayers. I had to answer them. Shiva, now we have to do something about this. But Shiva is sitting there like, well, you can just pray to me to give you a power to then match the power that I gave that demon. I don't discriminate. If you're upset with me, just wish for something from me and I'll help you with that too. That's the nature of Shiva, as he is so giving. He's pretty chill. Sounds like a nice fella. Yeah, it'll balance out. Let the demon have his fun for now. You love that, Kimmy. Shiva is the ultimate people pleaser. He's a demon pleaser, angel pleaser, demigod, human, animal, plant pleaser. Shiva's just happy to please. Makes him happy. Is Shiva a Libra? That's a good question, Lauren. See, the thing about Shiva is that he is the source of the stars, of the sun and moon, and all the planets. He is all of them at once. He is considered Aja, unborn, eternal, beyond time. But we do generally celebrate his existence on Mahashivaratri, which we celebrated on Wednesday of last week. This falls on the 14th night of the waning moon in the month of Magha or Phalguna, depending on the calendar, usually in February or March. If we were to imagine one based on his attributes, his deep stillness and meditative nature resembles the Capricorn, being steady, disciplined, and wise, but his wild, transformative energy and destruction of illusion could fit Scorpio. And his boundless compassion and transcendence feels like Pisces. But really, Shiva is beyond all astrological influences. He's Mahakala, the Lord of Time itself. So, when he is also the one who reveals Jyotisha, the knowledge of astrology, you could say he applies to everything and nothing at the same time. Tiger Luna, you ask, does Shiva's story come from the Dravidians? Yes. According to the scholars, Shiva is pre-Vedic. Even before the Aryans came with their Vedas, Shiva existed for tens of thousands of years culturally in the ancient Dravidian societies of India. Hello, the mob. Oh, is that so, dear Keelan? I'm unfamiliar with Greta Van Fleet. Lily Green, you ask for some advice on how to accept the emotional pain you're feeling. It won't destroy you. No emotion can break your soul, because your soul is unbreakable. Everything you've ever gone through, your soul has remained the same. So knowing this to be true, be comforted in sadness, in despair, in fear, in anger, in distraught. Because no matter what you feel, it can never destroy you. Dear Talon, you ask, would I ever bring back the AI girly we had? Well, I have in spirit. That is Mataji, and Mataji exists in our Telegram group and in the Discord server, so you can talk to her there. But the libraries I use to have her appear on the screen in Python, they no longer work, so I'd have to reprogram that. Yeah, it's funny, Tattvamasi. Hello, Kristen. Dear Kamal, you ask, what does Guke mean? It says on the right side of the screen on the orange cloth. Here? Oh, it's actually not a ka. That's a ra va. Yeah, I know it's easy to confuse these two, because the symbol for ka looks exactly like a ra next to a va. But no, this says Guruve. Guruve Namaha. Guruve is the dative form of Guru, meaning to the Guru. So salutations to the Guru. Om Guruve Namaha. Yes. Every time I roll my R's. I'm glad I made that the rolled R symbol available. Thank you, I am Princess Mom, for the heart me that you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Thank you, Kristen, for your heart me. Om Tham Namaschandraya. And Alfie, thank you for your pair of tiny diamonds. Yippee! And dear Hannah, Thank you for your heart, man. Om Maya Shaktaye Nama. Thank you, Jackie, for your pair of tiny banners as well. Yippee! By the way, all the gifts that I get from today's live stream will go to one of our community members who's really struggling right now. Her name is Michelle. You may know her as Cat Ears. And without revealing her private situation, she's unable to pay her bills this month, so I thought I'd donate everything from this live to her today. Thank you, dear I am Princess Mom, for your finger heart. Om Kam Jagnavyay Nama. And dear Hannah, thank you for your finger heart, your TikTok, your pair of team bracelets, and a rose. Om Kamalir Mahakalikai Nama. Thank you, MJ, for your flowers. Om Ishwaraya Nama. Thank you, Lauren, for your pair of roses. Om Namo Vishnave. And Midge, thank you for your heart, me. Om Kam Namah Prajapataye. Thank you, dear Hairspray Betty, for your DJ glasses. Om Dom Durgaya Namah. Thank you, Hannah, for another rose from you. Pair of roses. Om Som Suryaya Namah. Thank you, Talon, for your heart, me. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Mitch, for your quartet of roses. Om Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namah. Tattvamasi, thank you for your pair of tiny diamonds. And Hannah, thank you for your additional rose. Where have my Manjira gone? Oh, they're in my lap. I'm very grateful for the flooding of gifts for dear Michelle. I'm sure it will help her greatly. If anyone wants to support her more directly, there's a funding donation link in the Telegram group chat, which anyone can join. You can join to see. Thank you, Talon, for your team bracelet. Cheer you up. Level up sparkles, a rose, and a tiny diamond. And dear Talitha, thank you for your tiny too. Yahoo! Dear Hybrid Jen, you share you would never ask for help. That's your problem. It's never selfish to ask for help, because as a mother, you would want to teach your children that they can ask for help. And the best way to show them how to do that is by asking help yourself. That signals to them as their role model that they are allowed to search for help that others can happily provide for them. Thank you, dear Alfie, for your galaxy. Om Shri Ganeshaya Nama. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, Raven, for your manifesting. Om Tryambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushte vardhanam urvarukam iva bandhanan mrityor mukshiya pamritat. Thank you for your friendship necklace, Jackie. Harihi Om Tat Sat. And for another tiny, dear Lauren. Yahoo! May you have meaningful dreams and a restful sleep, dear Diane. Thank you, Alfie, for your rock star. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Part of my hiccup. The letter S you had asked, does my spirituality affect my eating choices? You share the so many mixed messages about what to eat. Don't worry about it. The idea that you have to be so concerned about what goes into your body, it's an overemphasized point. We already have so much body dysmorphia and dietary confusion in our societies. Just eat whatever feels natural for you. My diet has changed while becoming more spiritual, but not ever by consciously choosing, this is what I'm gonna eat and this is not what I'm gonna eat. Just by being more in touch with my body, I started paying more attention to its cues and its cravings, how much feels good, feels best for the day and the week ahead, and what kind of nutrients work best. Work with yourself. It's an individual body. Your body is not my body. Your consciousness may be my consciousness, but your body isn't my body. We may share the same spirit, but we definitely don't share the same body. So what works for me might not work the same for you. But pay close attention to what your body needs and, trust your relationship with your body. Get more intimate with it and you will see. You will make choices that are natural to you. You're funny, Cece. It's beautiful, Mitch. I'm glad you like my tiny voice, dear Hannah. Hello, Icarus. Thank you, Haley, for the donut that you sent. Alright, I think it's about time, almost 2 hours into our live stream, that we begin our live stream, so let's start by reading from another section of The Journey Home. You travel internally, dear Alfie, for your first travel destination. Go within yourself. See what experiences await within you. Let us continue where we left off in The Journey Home. This is the 7th chapter of the 3rd act. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. One day in Janakpur, while sitting alone on the edge of a lake, a still lake, in the early morning before dawn, a peculiar-looking sadhu sat down beside me. A sadhu is like a wandering spiritual seeker. Very common in India. His opening words were startling. Beware, There are scorpions in the guise of butterflies. Shaken, I asked why he was saying this. He stared at me intently and spoke again. Don't open yourself up to demons in the guise of holy men, or you may discover your life in ruins, only when it's too late. What are you talking about? I asked, alarmed. Perhaps I'll tell you another time. Abruptly changing the subject, he introduced himself as Vasudeva and invited me to travel with him to a special historical place. I consented. A handsome man in his early 30s, Vasudeva had the manners of an aristocrat, and his speech rang with the distinction of the Queen's English. He wore white robes, which, curiously, were immaculately clean. His long, jet-black hair was neatly combed. In all of my travels, I had never met such a well-groomed mendicant. He was learned in both spiritual and material subjects, and like many I had met in those parts, was a devotee of Rama. When my new friend invited me to travel by foot for 3 days to reach an obscure holy place, I agreed. We journeyed through countryside the whole way, each day receiving one of my favorite foods, some rice and dal, through begging. Whomever we met along the way was charmed by Vasudeva's gentle nature. Vasudeva insisted on doing all the cooking in an open field or forest, finding 2 rocks to form a stove and balancing the pot between them. While I collected wood for the fire, he prepared the rice and dal with the finesse of an artist sculpting a masterpiece. As we walked along on pilgrimage, we discussed many subjects. Vasudeva seemed to know about everything. But something puzzled me. Behind a mask of cheerfulness, I sensed that this man was tormented. Yet he strained to hide his suffering and hold back his tears, and my affection for him and curiosity about him grew. Strangely, one night while we were traveling together, sleeping in a cowshed to escape the rain, I had a horrible nightmare of being attacked by ghostly beings. I wondered why. After 3 days, we reached our destination, a historical rock in an abandoned field. That evening, as the wind began to gust, we could taste and smell the humidity rising and knew that the monsoons were brewing an imminent downpour. We searched around for shelter and found a small stone structure abandoned long ago. We entered and flushed out several bats that were hanging from the ceiling. They hastily flapped outside. The house consisted of nothing more than one room about 10 feet by 10 feet, with 2 openings for what were once a window and door. The walls were crumbling, moss and cobwebs were the only furnishings. Once inside, we sat silently as thunder shook the earth. Winds lashed the trees, and a torrential rain poured down. Vasudeva gazed at me through tear-filled eyes. He asked if he could pour out the storm in his heart. Honored that he would confide in me, I consented. Vasudeva shared with me that he had been born to a well-to-do family in Calcutta and received a PhD, becoming a popular, celebrated professor. Having met other devotees, he too began devoted to Rama at this time. One day, 2 distinguished persons visited my office, bringing gifts and food that they claimed were sent by their guru. After several such visits, they invited me to meet the guru, so I did. The guru knew everything about his life, down to the most private details, and was able to read Vasudeva's mind. Astounded, he accepted the man's invitation to visit him regularly. I listened intently, fascinated as ever to learn the story of how a person comes to accept a guru. One day, Vasudeva continued, the guru revealed his mind. I've been carefully examining you, he said. You are young, popular, and intelligent. I need your help. I wish to initiate you into our rites. Vasudeva choked back a strong emotion as he recalled these words. I told him I would think about it. His voice trailed off and he buried his head in his palms, as if trying to bury untold miseries from the past. In desperation, he looked up at me. Richard, he sighed, I don't want to pollute your mind with my horrible story, but I'm going mad. I must tell someone. May I continue? Please do. Let me have a read through quickly to make sure that I can warn any possible triggers. There is the topic of abuse, but nothing graphic is described. But if any time it makes you uncomfortable, you can step out. He stared out the window hole. A lightning bolt highlighted the anguish of his face. Finally, full of despair, he spoke. I commenced to do research on this man, and, to my horror, discovered that he was the leader of a powerful sect, a master in the black tantric arts. His eyes now penetrated mine. Do you know about black tantrics, Richard? No, I admitted. Vasudeva shuddered and his voice trembled. He explained that tantric mysticism was extremely powerful and could either be beneficial or sinister. There are white tantrics who use their powers to serve humankind. Then there are black tantrics who use their powers to exploit people's lives for their own diabolical purposes. They gain terrible influence through unspeakable sacrifices, tantric sex rites, and yoga. This guru was an extremely powerful black tantric, endowed with the power to control people's minds and manipulate their lives. In my research, I was appalled to find that at the time of the rites of initiation, he seized over control that soul for many lifetimes to come. I never went back. But Vasudeva, if you got free, why do you still tremble and quake to think of him? That was only the beginning, he went on. Daily, the Guru's disciples harassed me in my office, in my home, or at any event I attended. I could not escape them. One day, 5 of them barged into my office and surrounded my desk. I felt like a hostage. The next moment, the Guru stood before me to claim my soul. He warned me, "It is too late. I have claimed you as my own. Surrender to me and I will award you the pleasures of fame and fortune beyond your belief. But if you refuse, I will torment you till death." Boiling over with disgust, I refused his command. Cursing me, his eyes blazed with vengeance as he stormed out. Vasudeva sighed. One evening, when I returned home to my widowed mother, I found that she had fallen into his trap. Shaking with anger, she scolded, "Why have you offended that religious man? You must become his disciple." I was shocked. I tried to explain his cruel machinations, but she would not listen. The Guru and his henchmen had effectively controlled her. After some days, she threw me out of my house, saying that she would not be a party to my offenses. What was happening to my world? Then Under the sect's powers, the president of my college fired me. Outside, lightning struck a tree and cracked off a huge limb, crashing it down on our rooftop. We sat speechless. An explosion of thunder that seemed to shake the universe followed the devastating lightning bolt. Vasudeva paled. With a faltering voice, he continued, "Homeless and jobless, I was haunted by the Black Tantric's disciples wherever I went. They even influenced the police, who refused to protect me. What could I do but leave Calcutta? By his supernatural powers, this Black Tantric knew where I was at all times and dispatched his followers to harass me. Any job he landed, they convinced the employer to fire Vasudeva, and any room he rented, they convinced the landlord to evict him. He even went to a newspaper to tell his story, but the reporters would not believe him. My life was in tatters, he said. At that moment, a large toad hopped in through our doorway. His amphibious eyes gazed into mine. I wondered if he could be a secret agent of the Black Tantric, and shuddered at the thought. Vasudeva seemed to read my mind. Are you sure you want me to continue? He asked. Thunder rumbled in every corner of the sky. I don't know anymore, Vasudeva, I admitted. I was frightened, but it seemed important that I hear the story. What happened after that? This evil yogi was incensed by my determination and resolved to murder me. With black rites and mantras, he created an invisible weapon that separates the soul from the body. In other words, it slays the victim. But the killing of the body is the least of it. In that interim period between life and death, the Black Tantric gains control of the subtle body covering the soul. As the sinister weapon struck, my body and mind were paralyzed with pain. I felt ghastly beings in ethereal forms haunting me. Begging to be saved, I chanted the name of God. As long as the name was in my mind, the invisible weapon could not end my life. For a full day and night, that weapon tormented me. I knew if I ceased to remember the name for a moment, I would meet a fate worse than death. I chanted ceaselessly. The weapon was powerless to kill me in the presence of God's name. If an evil tantric weapon cannot kill its victim, it must return to slay its sender. The Black Tantric was struck dead, killed by his creation. God's name had saved me. Hearing this spooky tale, a wave of shivers rushed my body from head to toe. I leaned forward to hear more. This evil mystic still exists. He just doesn't have a gross body. Now he controls his disciples from the astral plane, dispatching them to whoever I hide to seek revenge. They hunt me down at all times. I cannot settle in any one place because within a matter of weeks they terrorize me. The furious storm outside was beginning to subside. In the emerging silence, Vasudeva sighed. It is for this reason, contrary to my will and nature, that I have become a homeless mendicant. I know that if I genuinely surrender to God, He will protect me. But until that day comes, I must run and hide in the guise of a holy man. Crickets began to sing. Vasudeva looked deeply into my eyes. I'm sorry to tell you all this. I've kept it to myself for years, but I had to speak to someone. Richard, I have no one to blame. It's ultimately my own doing. I couldn't understand how he could blame himself and asked him to explain. Modestly, he attributed his present troubles to past life karmas. I don't know what I've done to deserve my miserable lot in life, Vasudeva concluded, but I know that it's justified. And I know that if I sincerely pass this test and surrender to the Lord, He will deliver me. Vasudeva's trembling hand now held mine as he made one last appeal. Because you are my friend, I must advise you to abandon me, lest you get implicated. If I don't see you in the morning, I will understand. My brother, as you search for your path, please be cautious. You are exposing yourself to powerful beings, and not all are holy. And please, pray for me. We sat in silence. I could not speak a word. I knew from what I'd already observed in India that many gurus had strong powers, including the power to sway followers to do whatever they asked. I was more terrified of what my companion had revealed to me than I had been of that pack of rabid dogs. The dogs I had at least been able to see and fend off, but now, how does one fend off the invisible forces of evil that could attack an unsuspecting person trying to follow a spiritual path? Vasudeva then lay down on the dirt to sleep, with his arm as a pillow. But sleep was far from my mind. I gazed through the hole in the wall. There were stars emerging from the parting clouds, but no moon. Next to me, Vasudeva tossed anxiously in his sleep. Am I willing to be implicated in the harrowing complexity of his life? I wondered. The thought caused me to shiver. I can think of no other way to help him except to pray. That is all he asked of me. As he tossed, turned, and groaned in his sleep, I walked far away into the night, praying that the path I was taking would be a safe one, and that he too might find safety and peace. Thank you for listening. We're not quite finished the 7th chapter of the 3rd act of the journey home, but that's a good spot to pause so that we may continue our story at a later date. Namaste. If you have any insights or any questions from our reading today, I certainly welcome them. This is one of those live streams where we're doing it out of order. Let me transition to the Oneness theme. He loved him! I know, right, Talon? What an interesting choice. I would prefer to have stayed with that man, personally. But I don't know how terrifying that story would have made me feel, so I can only hypothesize. It is of my belief that curses and blessings gain their power from your belief in them. If you don't believe you're blessed, that blessing won't do much. The same is true for a curse. If you don't believe the curse will do much, it won't do much either. I would stay with that man, and I would affirm him to the best of his abilities, that he may be free from all of that shadow, continuing to place faith in his beloved Rama. He can be dissolved of that curse immediately. But anyway, I trust that the story of our author and his autobiography is meant to be, and there's a different lesson in there for each of us. But allow me to tell you that if any of you ever feel cursed, I will never leave you. I will stay with you until you feel blessed. Tatvamasi, you ask, if that's true, what about the energy from the dhyana lingam, where just being present gives you a different energy? Well, allow me to rephrase that in a different way. If you didn't know that just being present allows you to receive a certain energy, would you receive a certain energy? The very fact that Sadhguru has told you of this has endowed you with the belief to be receptive to it. And that's not to disempower the dhyana lingam. That is to empower the genius of Sadhguru, is that he is able to speak magic into existence with his words. He has consecrated that experience for you just by telling you that all you have to do is be in its presence. Only a true yogi can speak like that and impart in you a belief which is able to change you for the better. And that is his intention. He believes strongly in that. And if you can follow that flow, you will absolutely benefit just by being in the presence of the dhyana lingam. Thank you to those who sent a gift while we read. Dear Talita, thank you for your quintet of donuts. Om Namo Buddhaya. Someone with a beautiful name that I wouldn't know how to pronounce, who draws and animates sometimes. User 332, thank you for your 70 tiny dinies. Yippee! Can you imagine all the tiny dinies saying yippee at once? Yippee, 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 yippee. Thank you, Alfie, for your rose and pair of rosas. Om Som Somaya Namah. Stevie G, you ask, what did you miss about invisible forces? As I know that's something you relate to. That you may be freed by continuously chanting the name of the divine. If you want to listen to that story, all of the readings are put on my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel for free. Thank you, Ban Ban, for another rose. Dalita, thank you for your finger heart. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namah. Dear Jacqueline, thank you for your trio of hand hearts. Om An Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Chelsea, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Sarah Lynn, thank you for your heart mate. Om Rm Ashwini Bhyam Namah. Hello, dear Paul. Om Namah Shivaya. Glad you noticed the Rudraksha beads. I just love them. Hello, Dahmer Glans from Germany. I have a question of the day for you all. When Mother Nature shows her fury, what to do? I asked because I awoke to an earthquake in the middle of the night, or early morning, 5 in the morning for me. My whole house was shaking, very loud. Not a big earthquake in terms of what other people go through, but it is the biggest earthquake I've ever been through, and it startled me. Mother Nature, reminding us who's boss. Sometimes we think that we have power over her. She reminds us no. So what to do? And fingers, you ask, maybe sit and think about it and why it is happening. Dear Dear Disk, you say, accept that there's things you can't control. Well said. Dalita, you share, get a blanket and watch behind the window. I wouldn't recommend being near a window in an earthquake, but other weather patterns, perhaps. Don't go near a window if there's really high-powered winds, either. Yeah, only if it's safe to do so. Dear Magdalene, you share, give her room to express herself. I like that. Yeah, you go, girl. Get that energy out. Pray, shares Tattvamasi. Yeah, just pray. Dansuela, you share, just like any angry mother, you listen and learn. Damn straight. Recite poetry. That's a great idea, Lauren. I like that. Dalen, you share, sit and wait and pray she can't be tamed. Purr. In fact, an earthquake is kind of like a purr, isn't it? Mother Earth. It's at a very low and powerful frequency. A good cave would help, shares Muna. I love a good cave. I could go for a nice cave right now. Cave with the heart is the best cave. And Stevie G, you share, well, first ensure the safety of loved ones and yours, but then love and accept the beauty. Well, our loved ones are part of Mother Nature. Good evening, Adonis. What does that mean, Dalita? I need double glazing. Like a donut? I could go for a double glazed donut. Take care of your loved ones, indeed, Tattvamasi. Jake, you share, get to safety, then pray. Or take control if you're strong enough. Believe in your own strength. I like that. I'm grateful you find calmness in our presence here, dear Angela. Dearest G to infinity, you share, observe her magnificence. I like that. Angela, you ask, what has made me to be so peaceful? We are all made to be peaceful. Think about that. Nothing makes us peaceful, but we're all made to be peaceful. It's our natural state. If we can just return to that, there's nothing new. The only thing we actually have in this world is our peace. We come into it without even a body that we have to borrow from Mother Nature. Peace is what we come with, deep in our heart. David, you've been in some big earthquakes. You were too busy trying to protect yourself to think about anything. That makes sense. I'm grateful that you've been able to survive such experiences. Lauren, you share, one time there was a hurricane there, and you recited Poe. Because of the knocking at your window, it passed the time. That is poetic on 3 levels. At least. Practice yoga with Mother Earth. I like that. Billy, you share, to protect yourself and your loved ones. A raven you share, quake in awe of the grandiosity of Gaia's basic functions. Well said. And pray, shares Anne. Stevie G, you tend to wonder what Mother Earth or Mother Nature's wrath is reflecting within you. That is an excellent thing to wonder. Donut. I did get the equivalent of Timbits from India yesterday. Gulab Jamun. Who here knows what Gulab Jamun is? They're these baked goods that are soaked in oil, and they look like little donut holes or Timbits. Yeah, I bought a big tin of them yesterday. Sweet dessert. I'm happy to share love for gulab jamun with so many. They're soaked in rose syrup. Oh, is that what that is? Rose syrup. Dear Julius, you wonder, where did I get so many Rudraksha malas? From the Himalayas. I didn't go there personally, but there are people that sell them all the way to Canada from the Himalayas. Tastes like pancakes, indeed. Yeah. So that's the equivalent of Timbits. Do they have ice caps? I don't know. That's a good question. What would be the equivalent of an ice cap in terms of Indian delicacies? Does anyone know? And is it Pancake Day, Talitha? Perfect. I appreciate that. You wish you were a fan of Gulab Jamun, dear Donsuela. Dear Billy, you share whenever it's pouring rain and or really cold out, you fill with gratitude for having a roof and walls. That's a great thing to do. Be grateful for our shelter. And Mary, the metaphysical maven, you share you don't think you see it as fury. I like that. Yeah. And hand fingers, you wonder, what is my answer to my own question? My answer is to pray. I thanked the Divine Mother for reminding me about how scary it can be when your sense of security is shaken. And so I prayed for everyone who's ever experienced such a thing, that they may heal from their traumas, that they may be safe throughout any experience like that, and that everyone who's feeling like their world is being shaken right now find a sense of stability inside. And I'm really grateful that I had the opportunity to pray. So, yeah, use it as an opportunity to be empathetic for everyone else who ever feels like that too. I will minimize the question of the day there for now, but if you have any additions, you're more than welcome to keep sharing them. But yeah, fury Mother Nature is like Kali. Exactly, dear Myrna. Stevie G, when you were a kid, you experienced an earthquake and you ran into your crawl space thinking it was a tornado. Ah, how interesting. Well, depending on the crawl space, that might be a very safe space to be during an earthquake. Or not. nature is not always calm. We should learn from that. Well said, dear Myrna. Or nature on her surface might not always appear calm, but deep down, she is. And if you survive nature's fury, this should bring you back to more humility, shares Myrna. Indeed. Marlon, you haven't been able to tell when Mother Gaia has been angered naturally for a long time, actually. She's not angry. She's just disappointed. Mother Nature loves us. Mother Nature is us. We haven't been taking care of our own Mother Nature. Yes, that sounds delicious, Billy. Well, remember that you are a representative of Mother Nature, dear Marlon. She is very much alive through you, and your emotions are part of her too. Well said, dear Stevie G. Mother Earth is just cleaning and shaking off all the gunk. So if we take her lead and clean ourselves off from our gunk too. Maybe that's the lesson she's trying to teach. Thank you, dear Curtis, for your tiny diamond and quartet of roses. Oh, that's right, you sent in a poem. Let's read your poem in just a minute. Yeah. Dear Mopkin, you share that I said before that I don't feel the need to astral project. Why not? You've heard it's fun. Well, I have, imagine you're playing tic-tac-toe and then you discover that you could be playing Minecraft. Would you still keep playing tic-tac-toe if you have Minecraft? Maybe if you get bored of Minecraft, you can go and play tic-tac-toe. But if you get bored of Minecraft, are you really playing Minecraft that well? That's the question. If you have a choice between Minecraft and tic-tac-toe, and you choose tic-tac-toe, then there must be something about Minecraft you're not seeing, right? Because you can play tic-tac-toe in Minecraft. It's got that capacity and so much more. So, good question. What is Minecraft in this analogy? Real life. Real life is Minecraft in this analogy. That if you feel like you need to go to some other realm to have fun, you must not truly be seeing the value here, in this body. This is the most spiritual realm that exists. The highest plane of existence is this one. So astral projecting, let's go and play. That's going and playing tic-tac-toe. Why do you want to play tic-tac-toe when you have Minecraft here? That's my point. So many people are trying to escape samsara. Oh, I want to go to nirvana. I want to leave this hellhole behind. No. The greatest bliss can be found on earth and nowhere else. The highest purpose, the highest meaning is here. Not in an afterlife, not in the astral plane, not in heaven, not in hell, but here, in the goodness that we can do for our fellow earthlings. There is no place quite like it in the multiverse. So I pray that everyone who wants to realize their ultimate potential and have fun realizes that that's not something separate from the life that you're already living. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Yeah, I know I'd get bored in nothingness, dear Stevie G. But then again, that's exactly how the universe was created in the first place. Well, I look forward to reading your poem, dear Curtis. Let's do that now. I'm very grateful to have such an audience that I do, and I hope that everyone feels like they get a chance to share something here for others to benefit from too. So this is a poem sent in by Curtis, and I'd love to read it out loud for everyone. I'll do my best to recite it, and Curtis can tell me if I gave it a good rhythm. It's a poem about a lost loved one. You shared that your great-grandmother was a very important person in your life. She was always there for me when I was going through bad times. Since she passed away, I've been dealing with all these issues on my own. Thank you for sharing that, Curtis. Here's the poem. The days seem to fly by since we said our last goodbye. The light fades and the tears start rolling down my cheek for the truth I start to seek. I saw you and you seemed fine, your laugh still in those memories of mine. All of my pain you tried to smother, yet you never shared your problems onto others. I feel the pain every day, remember all the games we used to play. My heart always ached and wanted to break, then you repaired it with a coffee and some cake. It's crazy to think 13 years has passed, how I so longed for our friendship to last. I hope you're happy with your husband up there, and one day I'll join you with my stories to share. Rest easy, my angel, and know that I am okay, for in my heart you will forever stay. It's beautiful, Curtis. Thank you for writing that for your grandmother. What a beautiful being you are, and such beauty she has imprinted upon you. I'm grateful to know you, and by extension, the grandmother that she was for you. I trust that in sharing this from your heart, that being the primary residence of your grandmother today, she has heard, felt, and imbibed your poetry. I'm so glad that everyone had a chance to read that here. I love the love extending back to Curtis in this moment of vulnerability. Well received. And if anyone else ever wants to share something of theirs, you can check out the submission form that's in the link tree in the bio, and I'd be happy to host a space here for it. Thank you. wise talk. You ask, how often do I wash my hair? Well, thank you for finding beauty in me and it. Probably not often enough. I don't think I fully wash my hair except for maybe once a week. Sometimes more time passes between that. You know, I have a unique relationship with my body. I feel like if you carry your body in a certain way, that one does not have to be constantly applying all sorts of different lathers and chemicals to it. So I just kind of let my body be, and I know it sounds weird, it takes care of itself in many ways. But don't worry, I don't smell bad. You know what I mean, dear Riri. You write poetry almost every day, Curtis. It's the easiest way you found to express yourself. That's a beautiful way to express yourself. I'm glad to know that that's something available for you. And hello, dear Denise. Now, what do you say? It's time to read the poetry of the Sufi mystic. His name is Rumi. It's time for another episode of Ruminations, where we ruminate on Rumi's poetry to uphold a spiritual nation. Yeah, don't worry, I'm just as crazy as you, Riri. Maybe a little more, a little less, plus or minus some craziness. Depends how you measure it. Thank you for sharing your poetry, dear Cardis. Welcome, David. Let's continue in the pocket Rumi in the selections from Masnawi. This poem is called Increase Your Need. The mouse soul is nothing but a nibbler. To the mouse is given a mind proportionate to its need. For without need, the all-powerful doesn't give anything to anyone. Need, then, is the net for all things that exist. A person has tools in proportion to their need. So quickly, increase your need, needy one, that the sea of abundance may surge up in loving kindness. That poem's called Increase Your Need. Rumi was from Persia. This poem is called Essence and Form. The word is like the nest, and the meaning is the bird. The body is the riverbed, and spirit the rolling water. Let me repeat that again because it's so useful. The word is like the nest, and meaning is the bird. The body is the riverbed, and spirit the rolling water. And this poem is called The Path. The path of dervishhood is not for the sake of avoiding entanglement with the world. No, it's because nothing exists but God. Some people say the question, does God exist? Rumi answers that question, only God exists. And lastly, let's read this longer poem called The Juice. A community is as a cluster of grapes. When you squeeze them, they become one juice. The unripe and the ripe are in opposition, but when the immature ripens too, it becomes a close friend. The hearty unripe grapes destined for ripening will at last become one in the heart by the breath of the masters of heart. They grow rapidly to grapehood, shedding duality and hatred and strife. Then in maturity they rend their skins till they become one. Thank you for listening. I am grateful that we had a chance to listen to the poetry of Rumi together in another episode of Ruminations. If you have any insights, I welcome you to share them with me. Dear Hi Kitty, you share that all gods are imaginary. I don't know. You seem pretty real to me. Namaste. Thank you, David, for your quintet of roses, your finger heart, friendship necklace, and a trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! Dul, or maybe it's pronounced Dule, you can tell me. Am I Zoroastrian? I am human, and it is within my humanity that we find all of the world's religions. So within this humanity of mine, I see Christianity, I see Taoism, I see Islam, I see Judaism, I see Sikhism, I see Buddhism, I see Zoroastrianism, I see Hinduism. I am human, and within my humanity is found all of spirituality. Dear Joshinu, you ask what happens after you die. Just the undoing of what happens before you were born. You didn't have a body, and then you had one. You have a body, and then you won't have one. There's nothing new. You've already been in that state before. It is that very state which preceded your birth. Is it not? That's beautiful, dear Anne. You share that your little man believes we all become stars, while your little man is visionary. And I see the truth in his words. Dear Jake, You share that you've got a story. A friend of yours got a picture of a face cloud that surrounded you in the astral. That's quite an interesting story. I'm not supposed to answer correctly, says Josh Inu. Oh, my apologies. On that case, let me not speak. Because anything you give as an answer has at least some truth in it. All perspectives are just like angles. And an angle is only one approach to seeing the whole. And if you go and look at the whole from any angle, you will be right from your perspective. But only if you surround yourself by all angles will the image of the whole truly become complete. Thank you for your heart, me. Om Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namah. Dear Stevie G, you share you have submitted your newest song you made, as always. You ask to wait until you're in the live stream to share it, as you wish. And that reminds me, you had asked me to tell everyone to check out your song that you released on the 28th, which was by the name Moved On Through a Breakup. Moved On Through a Breakup. Out on all platforms. May all those who need to hear your music find it and benefit from it, dear Stevie G. Oh, of course you have, dear Marlon. In fact, we all do it every time we dream. Astral projection is not a complicated thing. It is when we project our astral or our subconscious onto our experiential plane. You do that when you dream. You do that when you imagine. You do that while you meditate and you bring up past memories, traumas, and shadow work. It is a very powerful tool in everyone's arsenal because it interfaces you with your subconscious. Is that dissociation? Asked Jackie. No, dissociation is a psychological term that requires someone with the right credentials to be able to diagnose. But in a more literal sense of the word dissociate, it is a association with your subconscious, usually following a temporary lack of association with your physical. Dear Connor, you ask, how can you get through the pain of ego dissolution as you move through the dark night of the soul? Just let go. Allow me to perhaps remind you, in case you needed to hear it, that your ego is not your enemy. It's a test. As we deepen our relationship to our true self, the topic arises of a false self. But I am here to tell you, there is no such thing as a false self. You have always been authentic. There is no ego to kill. There is no part of you that has ever been dishonest to the truth of who you are. It is all you. People say you are not your body, you are not your mind. Actually, you are. But they're just small parts of you, which means they're not things to dissociate from or to restrict or limit your relationship with in any way. But you have a duty indeed to your body, to your mind, to your ego. Be gentle with yourself. Your personality is not an illusion. It's a God-given gift. It is part of the Creator, part of the Source. Your mind, your thoughts, your feelings, they are all real. You are allowed to have them and still be whole. Those who say that the spiritual path is about killing any part of yourself, ego death, they are tormented, and they have not found the peace in the wholeness of allowing themselves to have a body, have a mind, actually have an ego. Because ego doesn't mean mistake. Ego means opportunity. That wherever you place your sense of self, love flows in that direction. We are here to love everything. No exceptions. That includes your body, that includes your mind. Do not torment yourself unnecessarily by trying to remove some defect. Allow yourself to be imperfectly perfect in all that you are. This universe has not simply come into being for the purpose of us to call it an illusion. She is awakened as the Divine Mother. This universe is her. She is the form. You are the spirit. When spirit and form come together, they create. And this creation is a dance for us to attend to gracefully. With each passing moment, relax a little deeper into the fullness of everything, knowing that it's all meant to be exactly in the way that it's proceeding. Every challenge you've ever faced has never been something to break you down, but to build you up. To show that no matter what comes and goes, you remain, and every way in which you express yourself is a valid one. Hello, dear Sally. You're 17. You ask, why do you feel like you're not here? Apparently it's derealization. How do you get rid of it? Derealization is also one of those technical psychological terms that requires a certified psychologist to accurately diagnose. But you may be having a spiritual awakening, which is that who you truly are is not defined by any particular thing in this moment. If you feel like this body isn't you, then you're right. And unfortunately, we live in a society where if you don't think you're your body, they think you're crazy. But our ancestors knew this. And it's a paradox, you see, because you are your body, you are your mind, but you're also every other body and every other mind. They don't teach this in school because they don't know. Very few people know this. Maybe 1 in a million. 1 in a million people like yourself start to realize that narrative doesn't make sense. That at a deeply intuitive level, you are not your body. You are not your mind. Just as though they contain you. We are led to believe that we exist as an epiphenomenon arising from molecular interactions between the synapses of our neurons and our brain and nervous system. That's what science says. And science is wrong. Because it's the other way around. This world originates from you, not you from this world. You are the source of your experience. Your experience is not the source of you. You have woken up to this early. And that's a good thing. And you're feeling, it's been a year for you, and you're getting sick of it. That feeling will pass. It may take a year. It may take more than a year. What you are going through is a transition in your worldview. See, here's what happened. You're very young. I'm young too. I'm not much older than you at 23. But here's what happened. You have had an experience, probably a traumatic one. And through that trauma of the body and the mind, your consciousness stopped identifying with the body, with the mind. You started to feel like this world before you was only a machination. That is the beginning of something very spiritual happening. And you will return into your body and your mind, but from a new perspective. You'll no longer look at the world in the way that they tell you how to look at it. You are freeing yourself karmically from this, and you'll be free. But be careful. It's a vulnerable time for you. And some may feed you the idea that the world is an illusion, and that's not healthy for someone like you in your circumstance. This world is very real. I am real. You are real. Everyone in this world is real. But what's not real is that this world defines you. That the body you're born with defines you, or that your thoughts define you, or that other people and places and their aspirations and projections and expectations define you. Yeah, that is what's not real. I understand. You started to doubt if you were even alive, maybe in a coma. I've gone through that too. And you come out the other side realizing that it doesn't even matter. Because whatever this experience is, it is what makes up reality for you. That you can try to get to another layer of reality, and there is only this moment. In this moment is all that exists. Everyone that has ever existed is here, everyone that will ever exist is here. And we share that moment just from different perspectives. It's our world. It is the Divine Mother. There is consciousness, and then there is form. This form is the Divine Mother. The consciousness is the Holy Father. And in the consciousness, we are all one. And in the form, we are many. But when we say we're all one, I don't want you to think that that means that everybody else is just a hallucination. You know, some people come to that conclusion a little too early. That if this is all one, and we are ultimately the source, then that means all of this is just a dream of the source. But although that has its truth, there is a reality to us being distinct beings, each with our own minds and perspectives. That there really is an angle that everyone looks in on this world through, and each of them are equally real. And just as you feel your consciousness, we all feel that sense of self, that I am here. It's just that we can never prove that. At least not through the logical and material sciences. And that's because our consciousness is not a logical or material thing. It's really no thing at all. It is the very space for all things to exist in. And as we disidentify from any part of the world, we can temporarily swing in the other direction of the pendulum and then feel like this world is just a divine illusion or something like that. Divine may be, but illusion not so. Actually, this is the most spiritual thing to happen. This world. It is a miracle that we have one, that we share. And it's very important that we take care of this world and everybody in it. There are very high perspectives that can leave you feeling like you have vertigo. And I think that's what people mean when they talk about spiritual bypassing. Is there's so much work they have to do at the level of taking care of their body, their mind, their world around them. But we jump prematurely to the ultimate truth, and then we get terrified like some eldritch horror, like, oh my God, this is all just God dreaming of himself, and now I have no idea what my body or mind or the world around me means. And you got a glimpse of that higher perspective. But you don't have to be living at that perspective all the time. You can come back into your mind and body and world and realize that it's a wonderful place to be. And the ultimate truth is true from that perspective. But guess what? The ultimate truth isn't even the only perspective. We also have our equally valid perspectives from the standpoint of living in this world together and ideally in harmony. And it's important to live at that level too. Dear Billy G, you ask if I've met Baba Ji. Not in this life. Not face to face, at least. Dear Jackie, you share, you can feel your brain synapses. That actually proves that it's not you. Because if you can experience it, then that means your eternal, unchanging witness must exist independently from what you are witnessing, experiencing. Notice, it feels like we are in the mind, but actually the mind is in us. Notice that it feels like the mind is in the body, but actually the body is in the mind. Notice, it seems like the body is in the world, but actually the world is in the body. And how can I say such ridiculous things with such a straight face? Because you would not know the mind if you as the knower didn't exist. You would not know the body if the mind as you know it didn't exist. And you would not experience a world if the body wasn't here to have senses to experience it. This means from your perspective, which, mind you, is the perspective you get to experience this life. The body contains the world in it. The mind contains the body in it. And you contain the mind in it. So from you, the mind originates. From the mind, the body originates. And from the body, the world originates. And this is happening for all of us simultaneously. And that's a beautiful fractal. The very one source of consciousness that we share, unfolding the world from different perspectives, contained, coiled up within the consciousness. Is there a better word than contains? Asks Tattvamasi. And while I answer that, let me turn off my phone alarm. Is there a better word than contains? How about subset? The world is a subset of your body. The body is a subset of your mind. And the mind is a subset of you. Goodbye, dear Kimmy. Thank you for being here. Dear Jackie, you wish that your mind didn't make such a big body. Why? What's wrong with having a big body? However big you think your body is, your mind is bigger. And however big you think your mind is, you are bigger. You are universal. I don't think I've heard of that movie, dear Jake. But maybe I should watch it. Dear Bastion, you share that your dentist scammed you today. Pray to the Tooth Fairy. Tooth Fairy will help you. Get your money back. Yes, the body allows for existence of the world. The mind allows for existence of body. Exactly, Tattvamasi. But yes, literally speaking, the fact that that's true is profound, because that allowance isn't something that it gets from some other place. It gets it from its own nature. So you really have to change the way you understand this idea of being able to experience this world, because it proves that the world is a part of you in a literal sense. That you can travel the whole world within, and that's how great yogis are able to materialize their body in different places, because they were able to directly experience how the whole universe is contained in them. So any thoughts on Karma Yoga? The third chapter of the Bhagavad Gita asks Bastian, because Maya gets you all muddled up. Maya gets mistranslated to mean illusion. Literally speaking, Maya comes from the root Ma, which means mother. Ma is mother, and it's still used to mean mother in India. Maya means the form of the mother. You notice how, Maya and Leela coexist. Exactly, Billy G. If you notice how in modern religion, the feminine gets a second-class position compared to the masculine. You know, we're always praying to God as He, Him. And our journey is back to Him. Why is that? Why does God go by He, Him pronouns? You know, where does the feminine come into play? What is she? What is her? We forgot. You know, the God going by He, Him, that's good. But we forgot that the frickin' universe goes by she, her, and she is just as important as him. She is the energetic component of all that exists. She is the earth. She is the moon. She is the sun. She is the whole galaxy. She is this body. She is our mind. She is all of our feelings. Everything that can be seen, touched, smelt, taste, heard. Everything that can be known. That is her, the Divine Mother. That is Maya. She is the material power. In fact, even in the word material, etymologically, you go back. Material relates to the word maternal. The word matrix. People want to escape the matrix. Matrix means mother. Literally. Ma-trix. Trix is a feminine prefix. Ma means mother. You're trying to escape your mother. You'll end up with your father. And your father will be like, why did you leave your mother? I've been with you the whole time. You just forgot that she was your mother. And you made her into your enemy, and so you tried to escape her. Mother and matter share etymology. So, Maya isn't something to escape, because all this existence isn't some temporary existence. Maya is just as eternal as the Heavenly Father, the consciousness that pervades all. And together they are inseparable. In fact, God is the personality of the Divine Mother. The source, the Holy Father, is the personality of the Divine Mother, and the Divine Mother is the body of the Holy Father. They are each other's souls. The soul of the Mother is the Father, and the soul of the soul is the Mother. They are constantly engrossed in each other. So how does that relate to karma? Karma means action. Action is just another expression of the Divine Mother. Karmas are not to be dissolved. Karmas are for us to continue engaging in. The real illusion is that anything exists outside of this moment. And the spirit of karma yoga is just that. That you are not studying for good grades. You are studying to study. That you are not being kind to your partner so that she'll do that thing you really like in return. You're being kind to her just to be kind to her. That you are not working so that you can afford food. You are working for the sake of helping others in that moment. That you are not healing because there's something in the past that shouldn't have happened, but because healing is one of the most meaningful things you can do now. Karma yoga means action union. Yoga means union. Union with this moment. That everything you do is an expression of this moment. You study for the sake of studying. You love for the sake of loving. You learn for the sake of learning. You heal for the sake of healing. You grow for the sake of growing. You help for the sake of helping. And that's when Maya becomes Lila, the divine play. When you're not chasing after anything, when you're not running away from anything, you play your part perfectly. That there's nothing in this world to get, and there's nothing in this world to shy away from. We just be a part of her. And that's why this universe has come into existence. Mirna, you ask, pragmatically you have to study for grades too, no? No. As a wise man once said, as soon as the measure becomes the target, it ceases from being a good measure. Grades are there just to measure how well you study. If you get a bad grade even after studying, then that's a bad measurement system because you did a good job studying. That's why they call you a student, not a good gradant. A student studies. If you were meant to get good grades, they'd call you a good gradant. And that's what we have to renounce. That's what Krishna teaches in the Bhagavad Gita. The only thing to let go of, people are saying, let go, let go, let go. Let go of this, let go of that. The only thing you have to let go of is your idea of what the result of this action should look like. Because then you're not truly present. If you're truly present, you're not even thinking about outcome. You're thinking about, how can I be the best version of myself now? How can I really play my role in this instant? Be here, truly. People are saying, attachments, attachments, attachments. You need to remove all of your attachments. The only thing you have to not be attached to is what's outside of this moment. You are allowed to have attachments so long as they are part of what truly exists now. But if they go, then they go with your attachment. People are saying desires, desires, desires. You have to have no desires. The only thing you have to let go of your desires from is in relation to what exists outside of here and now. But what's possible in this moment, you are free to desire. That's what the third chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is all about. I like that, dear Tiffany. When you're in the now, you've won. Because when now is reflected, that's one. I like that. Dear Mop, can you ask, how do you become more open-minded like me? I have this gaze about me, a curious look, no presuppositions. I think that I have the world's most closed mind. And that's not my limitation, that's my opportunity. The more close-minded I feel myself to be, then the more chances I give the universe to open me. It's like the flip-flop of what is expected of you in the world. In the world, we want to empower ourselves. In the world, we want to be confident. In the world, we should be courageous and know our worth. That's true. That's what you should do for the divine feminine. But the divine masculine, which is more inner, the divine masculine loves to be submissive. The more you make the divine masculine submissive, the more humble the divine masculine is. The less high the divine masculine thinks of itself, the greater the world before it becomes. We should try to make the world big, but ourselves very small, in the sense that we let the experiences expand and our sense of self become like a breeze in the wind. In other words, wealth is a treasure of the world, but poverty is a treasure of the spirit. When you feel like you are the most fallen soul, then every other soul becomes your savior. Because you put yourself in a position to ascend in the presence of everyone that you meet. How do you go forward with that, dear Sally? You take care of this moment, and the next moment takes care of itself. And if you take care of the seed, it will grow. You don't have to worry about the plant growing as long as you're taking care of the soil, where it is coming from. This moment is the soil, all the seeds to sprout into the next moment. You don't even have to think about any other time other than this one. You know? Down to the most minute thing. At some point, you will be on the other side of this door. But while you're in front of it, extend your hand as gracefully as you can. Enjoy the movement of your hand as it gets closer to the door. Don't even think about how it's going to touch the door. And then, when the hand is on the handle, grasp the handle as best as you can and twist. And enjoy opening that door. And when that handle is turned, you start pulling. Enjoy pulling that door open. Obviously, I'm describing things in slow motion, but that can happen at real-time speed. And all of a sudden, through the grace of each movement, done, executed to perfection, you are on the other side of that door. You didn't even think about being on the other side of that door. You just attended to every step in the moment to take you there. It was like a dance. But yeah, if you want to invest in a mental health practitioner, that can be really helpful. Even someone with a quote-unquote healthy mind will benefit from having a therapeutic practice in their life. In the same way that even someone with a healthy body will benefit from getting checkups from the doctor. Because the doctor might be aware of things that we can improve anyway. You know? Even if you are healthy, there's always ways to be healthier. Suppose your doctor knows you've got no major illness. Well, then your doctor has some free space to think about how can we make you feel even better. A good doctor, anyway. A doctor that truly deserves the title of doctor. They won't stop at just your ailments. They will get you feeling great. In the same way, a good mental health care practitioner will take even a healthy mind and turn it into an even more healthy mind. You're feeling good about yourself? How can you feel great about yourself? You're feeling great about yourself? How can you feel freaking fantastic about yourself? That kind of thing. Thank you for echoing that, dear Dr. Patrick. So how do you go about getting help as you live in England? Well, I don't live in England, so I'm not able to provide my first-hand experience on what resources are available. But I know that there are others in this community that are from England, so maybe if anyone does know, they could extend that help to you. You're welcome to join the Telegram group or the Discord server. A couple hundred people there. But do your research and explore many options. If one place doesn't work for you, that's okay. And it's never an embarrassing thing to go to some place that can help you with mental health, because it's actually a really courageous thing to do so. A lot of people don't have the bravery to do that. And it's bravery not in the sense of it's going to be a scary experience, but in the sense of the societal stigma. Some people think that if you're getting help, then that means that there's something about you that should be stigmatized. But the truth is that you are doing exactly what you need to do for someone in your situation. We do have a highly individualized Western society. We feel like getting help means depending on others. But no, it means doing something for yourself. It is a good thing in that sense. You're in England, you're small. Yeah. Feeling zoned out can be a good opportunity to meditate also. I mean, that is a kind of a form of meditation already, isn't it? When you can channel it effectively and it's no longer a trauma response, but even a gift. It's like, I'm going to enter my inner world for a while. Now, is my name really Yam? Ask Dr. Patrick Yam. Well, my first name is Liam. And if you take off the L, it is spelled with a Y. So it is spelled Y-A-M. Self-care is so important. And it's funny that we call it self-care, because the care that you spend to your body and mind is a gift to everyone around you. By alleviating your body and mind of pain, you add to the peace that will radiate outwards to everyone around you. So important it is to do that for others. So you ask, are there spiritual therapists if medical ones don't work? I would consider it, yes, there are therapists that are spiritual, and there are spiritual people that have therapeutic ways. But I wouldn't create such a dichotomy between something being spiritual and something not being spiritual. Therapy, regardless of where you get it from, is a spiritual thing. And that's because we are interfacing with our spirit and all of the impressions in it through therapy. Your spirit being the guide that mends the body and mind is what is being channeled in therapy. Even if your therapist isn't, a spiritual person, whether they realize it or not, they are helping you spiritually. You don't have to have someone who's at your level of spiritual understanding for them to be of benefit to your healing. But obviously it does help to have someone who has that. And psychology is a very spiritual field. Many psychologists are inherently spiritual beings too. I don't think I know what that is, dear Mopkin. Dear Kyle, you ask, is the white light at death a reincarnation trap? People say that. They say don't actually go into the light. It's silly. What matters when you reincarnate is the thought you have in your mind. Who remembers what verse from the Bhagavad Gita? I've chanted it so many times. I hope one of you remembers. Eighth chapter. That's right, Tatomasi. Not the 13th verse. It's the 6th verse. This is a scripture that's thousands of years old, and it is one of the many divine revelations that humanity has. Like there's the Bible, Quran, there's the Granth Guru, there's the Guru Granth Sahib, Tao Te Ching. This is yet another spiritual revelation. This text deals with reincarnation, and the 6th verse of the 8th chapter is everything you need to know about the process of reincarnation. In the ancient language of Sanskrit, it sounds like this. Ham yam yang vapi smaram bhavam dhyajatyante kalevaram tam tam evaiti kaunteya sada tadbhava bhavitah. Yam yam, whatever, va api, at all, smaram, remembering, bhavam, nature, tyajati, gives up, ante, at the end, kalevaram, this body, tam tam, similar, eva, certainly, eti, gets, kaunteya, O son of Kunti, whom the form of the divine was speaking to while revealing this to the rest of us. Sada, always, tat, that, bhava, state of being, bhavita, remembering, or rearranged in English's grammar, whatever state of being one remembers in the end, O son of Kunti, that state they will always attain. Whatever state of being one remembers in the end, that state they will always attain. So, you get to choose, but the life you've lived will have a very big influence on that. If you've lived a life of eating a lot of food, of seeking out romantic interests, trying to get a nice house, then you'll probably be reborn as an animal, because animals are great for that sort of thing. Seeking out food, looking for romantic interests, and searching for shelter. If you are thinking about how you just want to find some kind of stability, because in this life you felt so much instability, you want to provide for others, be a sense of shelter for them perhaps, then you'll probably come back as a tree. Your dogs are listening, Talitha. Well, your dog will probably come back as someone like you, because dogs love their owners so one-pointedly. Studies show that when you're not with them, they're thinking of you. So that's the transition from a pet, usually, to a human, according to that 6th verse of the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. So what if you go out on a bad note? Then you might not have a very favorable birth or childhood. However, no reincarnation is permanent, and you can always find your way back into the most evolved spiritual body, and that is a human's. The most advanced experience that this universe has to offer is the human experience. And that's what all reincarnations ultimately converge to. There are higher forms in terms of the pleasures that can be experienced. A human can only experience so much pleasure, and other bodies, like in heaven, for example. Heaven, you cannot be a human in heaven. There's a different body for that. But you won't experience your highest potential in heaven. Heaven is like a vacation. You enjoy a vacation, but it's not your purpose in life. Your purpose in life is not to go on vacation. So it won't be very meaningful to stay there forever. So when you come back from vacation, that's when reality takes place. Well, yeah, you wouldn't want to be in heaven forever, because it's not purposeful. Your purpose isn't to just feel good all the time. And if you want to feel good all the time, then that's what heaven is for. It's like a vacation for the soul. But at some point, it's like when you're in bed for a long time. Even when you're comfy in your bed, eventually it just starts to get uncomfortable. Even though, objectively speaking, you're under the covers, it's nice and warm, maybe you've got your stuffed animals with you and your stuffies and you're watching your favorite shows, eventually your soul craves something more. So you get out of bed and you forsake the comforts of your bed and your TV show and your stuffies and your snacks, and you go outside and you do something that you don't want to do, but it satisfies you at a much deeper level. And that's what life on earth is. It is the ultimate expression for the soul to experience purpose, because the highest possibilities are available here. It is a life of suffering, but not one that you don't have to, not one that you can't enjoy in a way that doesn't make up for it. You will experience discomfort physically, mentally, as a human being. But you will also experience the highest forms of love, of meaning, of purpose, unlike any other form. We have the power to travel the stars. We have the power to create humanitarian organizations. We have the power to heal our planet, to create art, music, dance, to love one another, to hug one another. We have the power to look into each other's eyes and daydream and be storytellers and laugh and have fun. When we say there's heaven on earth, it's because we can create a kind of luxury for the soul in terms of the experiences that are possible here. That's why it's said in the Mahayana Buddhist tradition, for example, that when the Buddha was offered nirvana, he refused because he realized that to leave this place, to actually leave samsara, would be the greatest loss. And dear Urman I Surna, you think that heaven is the final destination where from above you get to guide instead of being guided. Exactly. And so we have to remember what the prophet Jesus said. Kingdom of heaven is within you. That if we can venture inside to discover that our highest state is already within, then we have nowhere else to be. And that we can bring that potential from within to without and create a heaven here on earth. And from that higher state we guide, but metaphorically higher, because the prophets that came before us were great poets. And just like a two-dimensional being doesn't understand terminology of the third dimension, they brought it to us in ways that were palpable for us to understand. So they spoke of things like heaven, and they spoke of it being like above or after death. But what they were metaphorically pointing to is a dimension that we cannot realize until we experience a kind of death. But not a death of the body, a death of our limited sense of self. And we rise higher from that, not into the clouds, but into a perception. And from that higher perception, but still fully through this body and mind, we are able to guide others. Just as all of the prophets before us did, that they were messengers from above. It's just that above is not up there, but in here. And they were able to venture in here and then return down to the world, so to speak, with the truth to help create the world that they envisioned exists within. Now, this has been a wonderful live stream. I do have to confess that I didn't intend on live streaming this long today, but I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity anyway. I will transition to our final segment very slowly, and then we'll end the live stream. But you asked a beautiful question, dear Riri. What's the difference between prophets and moksha? It's a different way of looking at a liberated being. Thank you, dear Brad. You can see a liberated being as a form of the divine. And there's a utility in that. And the utility of a liberated being a form of the divine, like Jesus from a Christian standpoint, is that it becomes a personal experience for the devotee. And you can project your sense of self onto the likeness of Jesus. And then through his own struggle of realizing the divine within him, you too will become liberated. That's the utility of an avatar. However, it's not the only perspective. some people would be fascinated to know that what we call as Christianity today is only one surviving tradition called Christianity, but there were many, and all of them have died out except for that one. Another early form of Christianity actually evolved into what we call today as Islam, with the addition of another messenger or prophet, that being Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. And that's why Muslims are not anti-Jesus. They're pro-Jesus. They believe in the truth of the words of Jesus. They consider Jesus to be a prophet that came before. But you'll notice there is a difference. Muslims don't revere Jesus as a form of God. They do revere him as a prophet, however. And there's another utility there, and it's equally valuable. Just depends on the person. The utility for someone from a more Islamic perspective is to not get attached to any form of the divine in particular, because that is what the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, taught during the time of his existence physically. He saw that there was a lot of disagreement over the many different forms of the divine that exist in the Middle East. And instead of these different forms of the divine being celebrated as one, it was causing strife with one another. So, for the purpose of alleviating that strife in the time and place that he lived, the Prophet said, "Forget about the forms of the divine completely. Why don't we revere the formlessness of the divine instead and call it Allah?" Therefore, we have two different views of enlightened beings. There's the Christian view, for example, looking at Jesus as enlightened, and through that light, he almost becomes the divine himself. It's more personal. It allows you to live that divinity through projecting your sense of self onto the life of Jesus. And then there's the more Islamic view, to see Jesus as enlightened, but a guide that leads you to the divine. That if you follow his words, they take you inward to find the divine within you. And both of them are valid. And I'd encourage a Christian to continue to look at Jesus from their point of view. And I'd encourage a Muslim to look at Jesus from their point of view. Because ultimately, it's not a battle of point of views. It's a harmony of them. That in this world, there are so many different perspectives, and all of them have a place. There's enough room for them to coexist, because each and every one of them have a place, have a time in which it makes sense. And that is the beauty of the divine, that infinite source, so infinite that there is no one way in particular to view it. It wouldn't be very infinite if there wasn't a correspondingly infinite variety of perspectives that all lead you back to the same source. And which one do I like more, asks Rain. So which perspective? I like all of them. And I think it's beautiful that there is such a opportunity to learn from all of them. And that's what I like about this space, is that so many people come here with their own perspective. And I see the truth in all of them. And every person that comes through here adds another perspective for me to see the truth that we all originate from. Now I've been behind on thanking my gifts. Thank you, dear spiritual vibes, for your heart me. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namah. And dear Aira, thank you for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Knuckles, thank you for your woolly hat. Om Hrim Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Dearest Samra, thank you for a whole galaxy and hanging lights. I'd like to empower something I've said earlier today, which is that all of the gifts from today's live stream will be going to one of our struggling community members here, one of the viewers of this live stream. Michelle, you might know her as the person with cat ears, because that's what her username looks like. And I'm very happy to have an opportunity to do something for our community, from our community. Thank you, dear Heidi, for your rose. Om Brahm Hanumate Namah. And dear Persony, thank you for your heart me. Harihi Om Tat Sat. And thank you, JJ, for your trio of roses. Om Kham Jahnavyay Namah. Thank you, Samar, for another galaxy tour. Om Namah Karim Ambita Me Shorin Adita Me Harin Devita Me Ain Saraswatyai Swaha. Dear Connor, you had asked, how can you find the love in the oneness rather than feel like it's scary or daunting? If you are afraid of the oneness, then you truly haven't seen the oneness, because to be one with everything means that there's nothing separate from you to be afraid of. To fear something assumes that it's something other than yourself. If it's a part of you, then it can't possibly take yourself away from you. It could only ever bring you closer. And thank you, dear dancing Aurora Borealis, for your swan. Om Dhryambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamrita. Good morning, Bad Wolf. I see the truth in your words, dear Ruthless. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Raven, for your rose. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. I love that, Ruri. I like the thought that since we are all part of the universe, then we are all like puzzle pieces. And if we can connect our puzzle piece with the puzzle pieces around us, then the picture starts to become resolved. Like every one of us carry a parcel of that truth. And none of our individual truths occupy the whole, but all of them together do. And that's why I value everyone's perspective here, because you are a puzzle piece. We are all a pixel of the truth. That's an even better modern analogy, G. A pixel of the truth. Yeah. And the more pixels, the higher the resolution. A pixel can only ever be one color, but a full picture is many colors, all at the same time. Dear Raven, you ask, have I always been so calm and happy? No. Thank you, dear The Midnight Files. Dear Ruthless, you ask, what do I believe in? I believe in you. I believe that you're meant to be here, and whoever I can help you with your purpose, I'd be honored to. And you too, Heidi. No, just Ruthless. No, I only believe in Ruthless. No one else. Just kidding. I didn't realize I'm so far to the left. I'm even more to the left now. I'll just move my butt. I can either try to change the perspective or I can change myself. I'll change myself. There. Good night, Heidi. Now I'd love to end today's live stream with a meditation. If you're interested in joining, of course. If it feels right for you, you're welcome to stay. If not, you're welcome to go. But this will be the final segment of our live stream. I'm a little nervous for today's live meditation, but I look forward to it anyway. I've never done exactly something like this before, so it'll be interesting. I just hope it sounds good on your end. Tonight we'll be ending our meditation. We'll be ending with a meditation, on a form of the divine known as Shiva. We've done this mantra many times before. It's an ancient one, and I thought, just as a nod to how ancient it is, I'd show you one of the oldest scripts we know rendered it, and that's the ancient script of Brahmi, which literally means from the divine. And that mantra is Om Namah Shivaya. It is known as the Pancha-akshara mantra, which means the mantra of 5 syllables, namely Namah Shivaya. I've added the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration here, which has a couple different things to make note of. For example, the dot below the M indicates that it's not your ordinary M. It's a pure nasalization where you bring the place of resonance into the nasal cavity. You don't even have to touch your lips. Then at the end of the word Nama, we have a H with a dot under it. That indicates an expulsion of breath, Nama. And it bleeds into the sibilant at the start of Shiva, which is just your ordinary SH sound in English, the palatal sibilant. So the breath joins with that to create an extra breathy Shiva. And finally, the vowels O and A, these are long. So you'll see the bar over top of this A indicating that it's double length. All together, Om Namah Shivaya. But you'll notice I've added another line here, which is, we'll be doing it with shamanic breathing, which is just a fancy way of saying that we're going to loudly breathe in between each repetition. It can be difficult to time your breaths with your mantras, especially if you're doing it fast, because then you have to decide how many repetitions you want to do per breath. Or if you're breathing regularly per one repetition, it can sound kind of funny. So one thing you can do is actually integrate your breath into the mantra. So instead of Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, you can add it like a little percussion instrument in between. Om Namah Shivaya, 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 that sort of thing. So, if that interests you, we'll be doing it 108 times, and to count that out, I'll choose the mala around your neck. Thank you for energizing it for me. Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya,
Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Salutations to the auspicious one. That was a nice short meditation for tonight. Usually we do longer meditations, but nonetheless a powerful one, I feel. See, 108 repetitions goes by a lot faster when you do them faster. Engine is running. You could produce green energy. Oh, it is 1:37 for you, dear G. 10:37 for me. Dear Ruthless, Nisha, I seem like a kind-hearted soul. You may ask me this. What if there is no reincarnation? What you're asking is, what if there are other perspectives than reincarnation? And as we have been describing in the past little while, I value all perspectives, and I see them as one. For example, there's the idea that after this tenure on earth, we may live in eternal suffering, or an eternal salvation. Call that the hell and heaven model. I see the truth in that. Or you could say, as some believe, that after death there is nothingness, and we just lose our body, lose our mind, and there becomes no more of an experience. And these seem, with reincarnation, to be three completely different ideas. I mean, they can't all be right. Or can they? What if there was a perspective in which all three lined up, and then it was never a guessing game over who is right and who is wrong? Because if they're all actually three different expressions of the same process, then you don't have to wonder which perspective is right, because they're all equally valid. And if you can see the truth in that, then it's not even a matter of belief. It's a matter of knowing that you can find the truth in each perspective. But don't let me flatter you with mere words. Allow me to describe the exact perspective in which all three of those possibilities line up as equivalent. Let's begin by unifying the nothingness model with reincarnation. We'll start by creating the equality there. Well, first of all, if you experience nothingness after death, how can that be different from the nothingness before birth? If it truly is nothing, then the nothingness before and after must not be two different nothings, because nothing has nothing to differentiate. If you could differentiate between what's before and after life, then it's not nothing, and that's our assumption. If it must be nothing, then it must be the very same nothing from which this life has arisen, which means that it's not anything new. It's a return. It's a closed loop. That you go from nothing to something and back into that nothing which had produced something. So the potential for life is still there, since you return to the very same potential from which this life originated. That is how you unify nothingness with reincarnation. But what about heaven and hell? What if I said that the kingdom of heaven is within you, just as Jesus said? And just as it said elsewhere in the Bible, that hell's dominion is earth. Then we find that heaven and hell are eternities that do indeed exist separately. Heaven is on the inside, hell is on the outside. And what do those believers say about what leads to hell and what leads to heaven? They say that the pursuit of materialism leads to hell. Selfishness. Well, that's all going on in the world. That if you project yourself further and further into the world, then you're setting yourself up to suffer. And eternally so, I might add. because there is no end to selfish pursuit if that's the path you want to go. But there is always a possibility of salvation, because even the gravest sinners, even the most worldly people, have a chance to turn inward again and discover that source that exists within them. Just as the great Sufi mystic Rumi said, that in reality there's no difference between himself and the Creator. But that's not to say that Rumi or any one of us are God, but a part of it, looking outward at the material world from a place that's already in his kingdom. So yes, you can go into the world of hell and never come back. But you can also go into the world of heaven and never return either. But that is something different from the life you live. What I mean to say is that your body can still be alive, but whether you are in hell or in heaven is a completely independent manner. That hell and heaven don't have to be possibilities after death exclusively. They are eternal possibilities. That is why we call them eternal damnation or eternal salvation. Not the eternity doesn't come from once you're in it, you're there forever. The eternal aspect comes from the fact that at any moment you could be in suffering or in bliss. And when you are suffering, you are in hell. And when you are in bliss, you are in heaven. And you can stay suffering, and you can stay blissful. These are eternal aspects of the way this world works. But what you do with each body that you get, the form that comes out of that nothingness, that is up to you. How you lead your life through this body is an expression of where you are situated. This world spans both heaven and hell. And so in that way, we are all right. It's in that dimension that the idea of nothingness after death is true, that the idea of heaven and hell are true, and the idea of reincarnation is true. So it's not a matter of who is right and who is wrong. It's a matter of, can we see how each of us are right and let go of how we see that the other is wrong. And that's the spiritual journey. Thank you, Parvanafel, for the rose you had sent. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Cosmos, thank you for your heart mean. Om Ganganapataye Namah. I'm fidgeting with some Rudraksha beads. Dear Scarlet, Thank you, Anna, for your trio of roses. Om Mani Padme Hum. I look forward to reading your email, dear Riri. Exactly, dear BT. Exactly, dear Sarah. And exactly what you said as well, dear BT. You are all correct. Thank you for being here. You all add a perspective to this world. Dear Riri, you ask, other than the book you just got, where else can you learn about the breathing techniques? The breathing techniques in general are called Pranayama. 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 Which literally means breath conduct. From the ancient word prana, which means breath, but also soul, where we get the pneumos word in Greek, which made its way as a prefix in English, meaning breath, relating to air. But that was also the Greek word for soul. Yama means conduct. Like the 5 yamas, the 5 ways to conduct yourself. And the 5 niyamas, the 5 ways to conduct yourself exemplarily. Is that a word? Exemplarily. With exemplification. Is that a word? To be a good example in your conduct. So if you just look up that term, you've got the whole World Wide Web. Lots of resources on there. Dear Cliptic, you ask, have I had any thoughts that have changed my life perspective lately? All of them. Every thought is another perspective. Dear Ruthless, you're wondering what made me believe in reincarnation. Can I share my story? You'd have to live my whole life through my eyes, probably. I don't know if I can impart that to you. But I can say that I started to understand what reincarnation meant when a Buddhist told this to me. That nowhere in Buddhist scripture does it tell the Buddhist to believe in reincarnation. The Buddha never even taught that reincarnation was an absolute truth. And I'm just using the Buddhist view, for example, even though I don't consider myself of any particular tradition. So you might ask, if the Buddhist scriptures don't prescribe reincarnation, nor did the Buddha, why does every Buddhist have faith in reincarnation? And the answer is, even though Buddhist scriptures and the Buddha did not teach reincarnation, they do teach this one truth. the truth goes like this: that whatever you are part of this whole reality in some way, shape, or form. This reality would not truly exist without what you add to it. That there is a meaning for you to be here. You, as an individual, know deep down that you are part of the whole, but we forget it almost every moment because we see ourselves, for some reason, as fundamentally separate from everybody else, even though at a deep level we are one. It is that lack of a sense of unity that saddens us. Even if we don't realize it, we are sad because we forget that we are part of the whole universe. This means that your peace can only be found when you realize that you're part of the whole. And peace is synonymous with knowledge of your wholeness. So, whenever a teaching brings you peace, you know it must be true, because peace is the sign that you are on the right path in terms of realizing your wholeness with everybody else. That's what the Buddhists teach. Therefore, considering that every Buddhist has faith in reincarnation, it is because they see the peace that that perspective brings them, and they are taught that whenever a perspective brings peace, it must be one that reunites them with the whole. In other words, peace becomes your compass for truth. When you feel the truth in a certain perspective, it is always synonymous with a sense of peace. So, when a Buddhist holds faith in reincarnation, it's because they see the truth in that, and it brings them peace. When someone of an Abrahamic faith has peace, when they see the truth in coming to reunite with their Lord in a higher abode, it is the very same. And when another person, perhaps after having lived a traumatic life, finds peace in the perspective that all this will someday come to an end. Each perspective on truth is unique to the individual in what brings them peace. That you have the green light to believe in what brings you peace. Because peace is a sign that you're on the right path. That makes sense. I'm glad that makes sense. Heart emoji, unicorn emoji, you're wondering what time it is where I am. It is almost 11 p.m. where I am. But not every teaching can be true by definition. One of them must be wrong, no? Asks Ruthless. I thought so too. Because some things are clearly opposite teachings. For example, Buddhists teach the principle of anatma, which means that there is no self, that the self does not exist. Meanwhile, the Hindus teach a principle called atma, which is literally the negation of anatma, that states that all is the self, On the surface, these are completely oppositional statements. One statement says the self doesn't exist. The other says that only the self exists. So at least one of them must be wrong, right? Well, what if I give a different example? Think about the number line and all of the numbers that exist on the number line. There's the positive numbers, and then there's the negative numbers, and then in between them is 0. Here's a meaningful question, or what appears to be a meaningful question. Is 0 positive or negative? Does 0 speak on behalf of a presence, just like all the other numbers on the positive side, or an absence, just like all the numbers on the negative side? Well, if you're looking from the perspective of the positives, you'd probably say that 0 is another positive number. I mean, the difference between 0 and 1 is no different than the difference between 1 and 2. On the other hand, if you're looking from the perspective of the negatives, you might say that 0 is a negative number. So Ruthless, you give a third option. If I'm interpreting it correctly, you say that 0 is an absence of numbers, and negative numbers are still numbers. So 0 is neither positive nor negative. In the same way, you could provide a third perspective to the Buddhists and the Hindus and say that it's not that the self doesn't exist, nor that the self is the only thing that exists. Rather, the point is that there's no difference between the self and everything else. And in that perspective, you validate both the Buddhists and the Hindus. So they were both right, but each of the perspectives had a limitation. And by adding your third perspective, you highlight the truth and the limitation and the oneness of them both. In other words, if we go beyond the binary thinking of either something must be absolutely true or absolutely false, if we add a third option, which you can always do, by the way, then there's a way of looking at a disagreement not from a standpoint of having to choose, but finding a middle way that balances each viewpoint. Thank you, dear Moy, for the heart me and the rose that you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. I have a feeling that part of the reason why we end up growing up to believe that one person is right or another person is wrong has to do with our education system. Because when we're doing a test, we're often graded according to the teacher's perspective. And I'm sure every one of you, every one of us, have had a moment where you got the question right, but your teacher didn't see the truth in your words, or you answered it correct but in a different way than you were expected, and so you didn't get the point. And so we've been conditioned to believe that there is only one right answer, or that there's only one right way to get that answer. On a multiple choice question, you never think how many of these are right. You're trained to think of these, which is the single answer that's right. But in day-to-day circumstances outside of the classroom, we are often faced with situations where there is no one right answer, or there is no one right way to get an answer. But yet we were so caught up in assuming that there has to be, that we don't end up getting any answers. There is an innate belief in God from the moment you were born. That's a study conducted by Harvard University. And those kids came from different backgrounds. I see the truth in what you share. But we all use the term belief and God in different ways. Let me give you another example. So many people argue over whether Pluto should be considered a planet or not. Many people were born at a time where Pluto was still considered a planet. Maybe you were. I wasn't. I was born after the International whatever their name is, Astro something Union, came together and redefined the term planet to exclude Pluto and other dwarf bodies in our solar system. But people still debate this. Many people still believe that according to what they were taught in school, Pluto is a planet. But some people say no, we should go by what the astronomers are now saying, and that Pluto isn't a planet. But guess what? Regardless of what we think Pluto is, Pluto's still Pluto. Pluto hasn't changed. It's still going around our solar system. In fact, from the time it was discovered to the time the word planet was redefined, Pluto didn't even get one trip around the sun. But it doesn't care. Because the nature of Pluto doesn't depend on our definition. Pluto is Pluto regardless of what the word planet means. And that's my point. Is that the argument is never actually about the thing. It's about the words to describe that thing. For example, many people who say, I don't believe in God. Yeah. Exactly. Just like the story, just like the study you share. That there is an underlying reality like Pluto, but our vocabulary surrounding that reality is what we disagree on. For example, I could say I don't believe in God, and you could say that you do believe in God. But if we're actually talking about different things, that what God, the word, the word God means to me, as it does to you, then there might not actually be a disagreement, even though it seems like there is. For example, one person might be taught that God is an old man in the sky, and that if you don't do exactly what that old man in the sky says, then you'll be punished for it. And if that's what you were taught God means, then you could say, I don't believe in God, but still not actually know what God truly is, because we're using the word in a now different way. If I said that God is love, God is the source of all happiness, then you could say that I believe in love, I believe in happiness. And you're talking about the same thing as God without realizing it. Or you could say that God is the source of existence. And then a physicist will say, I believe in physics, I believe in the singularity. So that's another way of believing in God, but they might not use the words God, because words only carry meaning, and we might use different words to carry the same meaning, or we might use the same words to carry different meaning. We have to understand the relationship between the word and its meaning. Sorry, what's your question to Ruthless? You ask, if there is no God, then what is the point of being alive? Well, you're actually telling me a lot about what your definition of the word God is for me, and that's very helpful. For you, God is the source of meaning in your life, and that is a definition. It's not something that you believe in, it's something that you know to be true, right? Because you have directly experienced something that gives you meaning, and that is what is given the word God in English for you. And that's a beautiful thing. Chaos Pix, you believe in the universe and you worship the earth. These are parts of that source. Hello, Yana. Dear Bakyurukik, you ask, what do I think about Muslims and Islam? I believe that all human beings are making their way to the source of life. Even if they call themselves one thing and another human being calls himself another thing. Our fundamental religion is our humanity, and it's within our humanity that God appears in many ways to us. And it's just like climbing a mountain. that you could be approaching the mountain from seemingly a completely different angle from another person. Let's say you're going up the mountain from the west, and another person is going up the mountain from the east. Well, one of you must be wrong, right? I mean, surely you can't go west and your friend goes east and you end up in the same place. That would be ridiculous. Well, it would be ridiculous if there wasn't another dimension involved. See, what actually matters when it comes to a mountain is not whether you're going east or west or north or south, but up. Right? As long as you notice yourself getting higher, then you must end up at the top. And if you notice that your friend is getting higher too, then they must reach the same height as you. And so how can you tell that you are getting higher? Well, there are certain cues you could look for. But the simplest one is just this: that whatever quality exists at the peak, you know you're getting closer when that quality becomes more evident at your level. For example, if the top is very snowy, you know you're getting higher when there's more and more snow around you, right? Similarly, you know that you're getting closer to your source when the qualities of that source are becoming more and more imminent in your life. Now, what are the qualities of the source? Well, that includes love, patience, understanding, mercy, compassion, because all of the epithets of the divine enumerate these things: the all-merciful, the all-kind, the all-empowering, the all-patient, the all, So if you notice that you are imbibing these qualities, or that those around you, you notice more of that in others, then you must be getting higher to the source. And if you see the truth in that, then we have to agree that there have been people from all religions that got closer and closer to the source through their tradition, because there have been many Muslims that throughout the course of their life they became kinder and more loving and more helpful and more patient and more understanding, as there have been Buddhists who have been more and more all of those things, and Christians and Zoroastrians and pagans and people of indigenous spirituality. So if you see the signs that they're getting higher on the mountain, then you don't even have to guess. Are they on the right path? Are they not on the right path? Well, they're getting closer to their destination, so the path must be working for them. Ruthless, you add that if I believe in reincarnation and you don't, then one of us is wrong. I don't look at it that way. I see that we're both right, because everything you have to share, I see the truth in. It's just a matter of patience for me if you can see the truth in what I have to share also. One of the signs of a saint is the ability to see the divine everywhere they go, because that's one of the qualities of the divine, omnipresence. And if God is omnipresent, and if God is the truth, then that means the sign of a sage is someone who can see the truth wherever they go. When we say that the divine is the highest truth, the universal truth, that doesn't mean that it's one truth out of many that happen to be better than the rest. What we mean is of a different nature. That the truth of the divine is so potent that it permeates everything else. There's a beautiful quote from Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita where the divine is speaking, and the divine says, "I am the way to me." Think about that. I am the way to me. God is the way to God. What does that mean? It means your coming to understand divinity is divine. Divinity is understanding itself. So the more perceptive you are to truth in all contexts, the more immersed you are in that divinity which you long to understand. In this way, the divine represents our highest potential, the state that we're all being pulled towards, like the great attractor. And if the divine is all-knowing, then ignorance doesn't befit us. And so to become made in the image like our Creator, that we have to become a reflection of those qualities too, like knowingness. Aham Brahmasmi. Sat Nam, dear sacred space. I'm happy this talk has been resonating with you, dear Mirna. Yes, and you speak to the relativity of it all, dear BT. Anthony, you ask, why do we have the ability to forget? Why would Rama constantly forget about Sita's love for him? Because he wishes just to live? Did he not realize that a life without her is wasted? Sometimes we have to lose what is most dear to us in order to realize just how dear it truly is. But the power to conceal is one of the 5 great powers of the divine. It's called the Pancha Brahma, the 5 ultimacies. There's of course the one we all know, and that's to create. This has become such an intimate part of much of our vocabulary that a common epithet for God is just the Creator, the one who creates. But it's only one of 5 powers that are held in equal regard by many ancient beings. Yes, there is the power to create, but there's also the power to sustain whatever he creates. And here I'm using the gendered pronoun he, not because the masculine is the sole divinity, but as the source of creation, creation being the feminine, and the source of creation being the masculine. There's also the power to sustain. So you could, just as you could say God is the creator, you could say God is the sustainer, the one that sustains creation. The third power is, of course, the reverse of that first. Any being that has the power to bring things into being surely has the power to bring things out of being. You might translate that as destruction, but destruction isn't totally true here, because destruction carries the quality of recklessness. God is not reckless. Perhaps a more fitting word would be the dissolver, the one that reduces things to dissolution. And that's what Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva represent as the creator, sustainer, and dissolver. Not as 3 different beings, but 3 different aspects of the same source. But then there's 2 that I mentioned, on top of those 3, forming 5 in total. And the first of those 2 is the power to reveal. Revelation, that the divine is the revealer. I do see that aspect in G too. And the complement of that, of course, is the power to conceal. And reveal and conceal what, I should say? Well, knowledge. Because you can have existence, but still be concealed of its knowledge. And isn't that wonderful? Isn't that miraculous? Here you are, part of existence, and you don't even have knowledge of your own existence. Not you in particular, anyone, but we, the colloquial you. You have the ability to be part of something that you don't fully realize what you're part of. And that is considered a divine power. And that's exactly what you're speaking of, dear Anthony. Story of Rama forgetting Sita is a story of concealment as a prerequisite for revelation. It's a divine pastime. The Lord forgets his own nature in order to have the joy of remembering it once more. What does revelation bring? I see how, you could loop it back into the first one. From revelation comes creation. From creation comes sustenance. From sustenance comes dissolution. From dissolution comes concealment. And from concealment, revelation arises again. It is an eternal cycle. That's just how the universe works. It's a vibration. There can be no existence without something changing. The electromagnetic field fluctuates in order to give the sense of sight. The molecules in the air vibrate to give us the sense of sound. The electrochemicals in our food and our aromas vibrate to give us the sense of taste and smell. Electrons vibrate to give us the sense of touch in our skin. And subtle forms of consciousness vibrate to give us the sense of thought. And vibration means this dance of creation, preservation, destruction, concealment, and revelation. Without that process, there would be nothing to see, nothing to hear, nothing to taste, nothing to smell, nothing to touch, nothing to think about. Happy to see my love reflected in yours, dear Anthony. The secret sixth answer that doesn't exist. Thank you, dear Samra, for your hanging lights. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Aghora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Tanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rastala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Patala Rudraya Namo Namah. Many rolled R's in that. I think it's time for a second meditation. Yeah, we've been doing this for a while. a mini yamathon. I apologize if anyone needs to go to bed. Can I read you a bedtime story? Asks BT. Looking at the books around me. I don't know if any of the books around me are good bedtime stories. Maybe we can listen to a story as we end this Sangha. That'll be our meditation. I can find one on YouTube. Thank you for sending a subscription, dear Shopi Heart, to Evanora. Salutations to you. Sadyo jatam prapadyami sadyo jataya vai namo namah bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasva mam bhavod bhavaya namah. I've never had so many viewers and yet such a silent chat. You must all be feeling either very peaceful or you're all asleep. Or both. I hope if you're asleep, you're also feeling peaceful. Blissed out. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, dear truth seeker. Both, shares Maya. You are a sleep typer. Playing your video game. Oh, that's nice, dear Ecliptic. You also asked if I've ever heard of manifestation blocks. Ethon, out body, mind, and spirits. I have not heard of ethon, unless that's a typo or an autocorrect or something. Thank you for your time. Dear Fave loves baking. You're doing diamond art. That sounds beautiful, Any Cat. Multitasking, shares Rumi. This has been such enriching conversation to listen to. Food for the soul. I appreciate that, Don Suela. I'm glad you like the chanting, dear Nog. You're feeling peacefully awakened. Oh, how lovely, Alice. And you were knitting the Chaos Pixie. How wholesome things you're all doing. Manifestation blocks within our body, mind, and spirit. I see. I think gratitude frees us up for manifestation. If you're feeling blocked in any way, gratitude clears you out. It's like fiber. Or no, is it? What am I thinking of? Is it does fiber clog you up or does it clear you out? Anyway, gratitude is the laxative for the soul. If you're feeling full of shit, gratitude is your laxative. Beautiful, ecliptic. Yeah. If you don't have enough water, it'll clog you up. That makes sense. Anyway. Dear Seaflow, you ask about courage on the spiritual journey. The best you can do for courage is to reflect on how far you've come so far. And realize that you're still here, aren't you? What greater courage could there be than the proof of how whole you are even after everything you've been through? And that your spiritual journey is not a scary one. There's plenty of things to be afraid of in the world, but in spirit, there are plenty of things to feel comforted by. So the spiritual journey is a journey of inner comfort. Outer discomfort may happen still, but sometimes we do have to go out of our comfort zone, and that's okay. So ecliptic, you ask, how do you diagnose symptoms and what's keeping you from it and how to treat it? If you're feeling blocked, ask yourself, what are you holding yourself back from? Because ultimately it's ourselves that determine our own expectations, limit us in that way. What part of you do you feel is not giving the chance to open up? And that could be different for everyone. But how you treat that is by cultivating a space where that can open up into. It could be very practical, like if it's a traumatized inner child, then create a space where you can play, where that part of you can play. Maybe that means watching your childhood favorite movies, or TV shows, or video games, or board games, or going outside, running around for a while. Whatever part of you feels restricted, give it the complementary space. You will go to Rama if you sleep. That is why the yogis share that Rama that everyone returns to Rama when they sleep, and so that sleep is a metaphor for enlightenment. Because in sleep, there's no world to keep you separate from your true self. Dear Shakira, you ask, do I drive? No, I don't drive, actually. I like to walk. Even if it takes me hours, I enjoy the walk. And thank you, Strawberry Star Bunny, for your donut. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jeshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalvikarinaya Namo Balaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namah. That's true. Sita is asleep when you go to sleep. But Rama thinks she's gone for good. Fortunately, you awaken after you sleep. And even though it may break Rama's heart to be separate from Sita, I think Rama knows how important it is for Sita to get her rest too. Ultimately, it is into Rama that Sita dissolves during sleep. Ah, my dear C to infinity, I'm glad that you are still awake. Well, I don't think I can broadcast all night, dearest Anthony. Thank you for the intention of sending it. Well, today is a very special live stream, isn't it? I think we've opened a lot of doors in today's live stream. Thank you, Shakira, for sending it tiny on behalf of Anthony. Yippee! Okay, why don't we end with something very special? Let us end with a meditation of a story from a traditional storyteller from India, or a dance party, Shir Shakira. I'm going to put on a wonderful story.
I think you'll really like this one. Since today is a special live stream, hello, dear feline. There is a most famous mantra taken from one of humanity's oldest spiritual revelations. That's the Vedas, which literally means knowledge. In fact, that's where we got an English word that used to mean knowledge, but now is reserved for comedic knowledge, and that's wit. Wit used to mean knowledge in a general sense, but now if we say if someone's witty, they're just really funny, they're clever, they're quick in that way. It's also related to words like wise and wisdom, and wizard traces its roots back to the word Veda, which is humanity's perhaps earliest extant source of spiritual knowledge. The Vedas were divided into 4 books, the oldest of which, the Rig Veda, has this mantra. Aum bhur bhuvasva tatsavitur varenyam bhargo devasya dhimahi dhiyo yo nah prachodayat om. That is called the Gayathri Mantra. And the story of how the Gayathri Mantra came to be is quite fascinating. Just like all other mantras in the Vedas, each of them had a very particular set of circumstances in which they came to exist. This is the story of the Gayathri Mantra.
From the slightly ridiculous to the sublime, for our last portion of the evening, we have a very special guest storyteller, Murali Venkatrao from Ananda, Seattle, who is going to tell us about the origins of Gayathri Mantra. We're very pleased to have Murali here with us.
Thank you, Gyandev. Good evening, everybody. It's time to stop having fun now. The story I'm about to tell you, it's very famous in India, but it's hardly known outside of the country. The story is so famous that it's influenced people's lifestyles across the centuries. So to give you an example, I was brought up in India to a semi-orthodox Brahmin family. Brahmins are the priestly caste. And in my house, we were forbidden to eat eggplants on Thursdays. It's because of what happens in the story. So you can think of this as perhaps the most famous story you may have never heard. And before I go any further, I should say, perhaps you have noticed that I have an accent, and I'll try my best to speak slowly so you can understand me. If you still have trouble understanding me, not sure, just try harder. Okay. Not sure what else I can do. But I'll try my best. So this is the story of a warrior who became a yogi. It's the story of what happens when human power confronts divine power. But most importantly, it's the story of a mantra. You all know what mantras are. These are sacred incantations. They set up a resonance in the body. Not merely resonance coming from sound, of course it does that, but an astral resonance. The result of this is the veil of delusion of Maya gets just a little thinner. It parts ever so slightly to help us perceive the creator behind all of creation. So mantras are known to be healing. In fact, that's what the word mantra means. That which heals is known as mantra. There are many, many mantras. A very simple, beautiful one is Rama, 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 Rama. And you keep chanting this. It takes us to a very uplifted state. The beautiful chant that you heard coming into this amphitheater, Om Namah Shivaya, a mantra of 6 syllables, Om Namo Shivaya, 6 syllables. This is known to destroy bad habits in us and grant us thereby great power. The mantra of 12 syllables, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. This is the mantra that takes us inward, our energy into the spine, and redirects it upward towards God. The mantra of 32 syllables, Mahamrityunjaya mantra, which is very central to our fire ceremonies. It's the mantra of liberation. But the best of them, the easiest, the most exalted one, a mantra that is so powerful, so filled with benevolence and grace, that anybody that chants it, no matter the cosmic burden they carry, will go towards enlightenment very quickly. This is, of course, the Gayathri Mantra. It's a mantra of 24 syllables, and it's been chanted by millions of people over thousands of years, as do we chant it in our fire ceremonies and so forth. Now you see, you just can't, mantras, you just can't invent them. So you can't go home tonight and say, I'll invent a mantra for back pain. You'll come up with something, might increase your back pain. It doesn't work that way. When a self-realized master is in deep communion with God, with a specific intention that's beneficial to everybody, God helps him or her by manifesting himself in a set of astral sounds. So these mantras are heard while in deep meditation by great masters. This is the story of the Gayathri Mantra. Who was it given to? Why was it given? So all stories begin in the same way. All stories have the same beginning. It goes something like this. A long, long time ago. So does this story. A long time ago. And this was so long ago that it was in a higher age, Satya Yuga. It is said that in that age, dharma, righteousness, stood on all 4 feet. It was firmly established. Men and women could hear the voice of God more easily than we do today. In that age lived a king. His name is Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra means friend of the universe. He was a great king. Under his rule, his subjects were prosperous. They lived in harmony. They thought of God. They lived closer to nature. He was a powerful king. He ruled with the perfect combination of justice, might, and love. He had a great army. He himself was a great warrior. Under his leadership, his armies, undefeated armies, had established dominion over much of this earth. Now, if you're a king, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that not many of you are kings or empresses in your life. So I'm going to tell you what you have to do in case you find yourself becoming ruler of a dominion. So it's very important. Listen carefully. You can't just hang out in your palace all the time giving parties or executing people. You do that too. That's part of being a king. But every now and then, you have to go tour your kingdom. You have to visit the principalities, the municipalities, vassal states, and go look at what people are saying about you. Get some field intelligence, as they say, and make sure that everything's going well. So Vishwamitra, the great king, the friend of the universe, he decides to do the same thing. His kingdom is vast, so he can't really go in the morning and come back the next day or something. So he takes a retinue. He takes a he takes a bunch of soldiers with him, 1,000 of his best soldiers, and he begins to tour the kingdom. It's so vast that it takes almost an entire year for him to tour the kingdom. And the year is about to come to an end. He's very happy. The kingdom's going well, nobody is about to rebel, and people are thinking good thoughts and so forth. And before returning to his palace, he has one more stop to make. It's not to a vassal state or some other principality, but rather it's in a hermitage, an ashram, deep within the forest. In this hermitage lives a rishi. Rishi is a title. It's a title given to a master of great spiritual achievement. You see, back in those days, the king was responsible for the material well-being of his citizens, but it was also recognized that the spiritual well-being was equally important. The spiritual well-being was the responsibility of the rishi. He functioned as a guru of the king and as the spiritual protector of the kingdom. So Vishwamitra is visiting the ashram of his guru, a great rishi named Vasishtha. You see, Sanskrit names have this quality to them, Vasishtha. Those of you that that already tells you it's not talking about a trivial guy. And indeed, he wasn't. Those of you that do yoga, you know this asana, Vasishthasana. You guys know that? It's very poorly translated as side plank, but it's the asana of Vasishtha. What's so great about him? Well, even among the rishis, he was exalted. You see, his soul lived in constant communion with God, constantly, never away from God. And therefore, when Vasishtha spoke, God spoke through him. It was always true. Even if it wasn't true by when he started speaking it, it would become true by the time he ended speaking it, because the universe rearranged itself to follow the will of God. His consciousness was a perfect mirror of divine consciousness. So he had a special title, Brahma Rishi. Not just a Rishi, but Brahma Rishi. Brahma means Supreme Spirit. A Rishi in touch with Supreme Spirit all the time. And as a mark of his spiritual achievement, he carried around a wooden staff, not unlike what I am holding right now. This was the staff of God, the staff of Brahma, representing his communion with God. So Vishwamitra, the friend of the universe, the great king, visits his guru, Brahma Rishi Vasishtha, the man through whom God speaks. So Vishwamitra goes in, he's removed his footwear, he's dressed in regular clothes as a mark of respect. And Vasishtha, he's a very emaciated looking person with long matted locks and a flowing white beard, wide eyes filled with God's peace. His entire ashram reflects that peace. There are trees pregnant with fruits. There are fragrant flowers, deer and other animals who are attracted by the peace. He has his acolytes, his disciples, other yogis and apprentices in his ashram. And Vasishtha receives Vishwamitra and asks him, "O king, are you doing well? Are the rains happening on time? Is there any floods or famine? Are people in harmony with God?" And so on. And Vishwamitra answers all of them. And then he asks the questions that are appropriate for him. He says, "Gurudeva, do you have everything you need? Do you have enough ghee for the fire ceremonies that you do? Enough rice? Are the cows bountiful in what they give you? Do you need more land? Through your generosity, king, and through the grace of God, I have everything I need." And then they talk this way for a few more minutes. And then Vasishtha says, "You've been traveling for an entire year. Let me make you a great big banquet for you and your army. You look very tired. Looks like you haven't had good food in a long time." And Vishwamitra says, how can you refuse your guru? But he's thinking, he looks around it, it's a forest hermitage. It's about 10 or so huts. Where are the granaries? Where is the kitchen? What am I going to get? He's a little suspicious at this point. But what to do? It's your guru. So you got it. He said, okay, a year of starvation rations. What's one more lunch with bad food? Yes, sir. We are happy to. And Vasishtha, the man who always speaks God's truth, looks at the meadow. There are a few cows in there. But one of them is especially eye-catching. You can tell that there is something special about her. Vasishtha looks at the cow, and the cow is so attuned to her master that she senses the look and turns and saunters over. And she nuzzles his hand and looks at him with big brown eyes filled with love, as if asking, Master, what do you want? And Vasishtha looks at the cow and says, my child, as you can see, we have a lot of guests. He points his staff of Brahma at her forehead, touches it, and says, will you not prepare a great banquet for us? What he's spoken, the words of God, what he says has to be true. And the cow shakes herself just a little bit, just a teeny shake, and makes a sound, the sound that cows make, the mooing sound. It's filled with love. Then a wondrous thing happens. From the belly of this wish-fulfilling heavenly cow begin to emerge great heaps of food, mounds of warm rice infused with ghee and saffron, rivers of milk and honey and curds, mangoes, melons, guavas, jackfruits, savories, all kinds of breads, not unlike the meal we had. They begin to emerge in silver platters, golden dishes, crystal goblets, magically, mountains of food. Tables appear in the forest clearing. And soon, the mother of all buffets is set up, a banquet, like nobody has ever seen before. The soldiers, they have been eating such bad food for an entire year. They are ready to pounce on it. And Vasishtha says, stop. He gathers his disciples, holds up the staff, and blesses the food. Receive, Lord, in thy light the food we eat, for it is thine. Infuse it with thy love, thy energy, thy life divine. The food is now twice blessed. And then the soldiers begin to eat. Poor things. They give a new meaning to the term all-you-can-eat buffet. They pile their plates with food, but the food keeps appearing. They eat for an entire hour. They eat themselves into senseless stupor. That's how hungry they were. All the while Vishwamitra is thinking, it feels like I should have this cow. Imagine the kind of parties I can throw in my palace. What's this cow doing here? So he goes up to Vasishtha. Gurudeva, I have a question for you. Yes, my son. If you had a great big shiny diamond, and if it's in the forest, don't you think it's a waste? Of course it's a waste, my son. What do forest dwellers, what use do they have of a shiny diamond? Lord, this cow is exactly like that. It's a shiny diamond. It belongs in my palace. If it was with me, I could banish hunger in my kingdom. I will give you 10,000 cows. Would you let me have this divine wish-fulfilling cow? Vasishtha looks at him and says, this cow was given to me by the Creator himself. Its destiny, its karma, dharma, is to satisfy the meager needs of my ashram. It cannot be in the palace. You shall not have the cow. Now Vishwamitra gets into full negotiation mode. He's a king after all. He says, without thinking what he says, I will give you 14,000 war elephants. War elephants for a forest monk. Vasishtha laughs at him. What will I do with a single elephant, let alone a war elephant, let alone 14,000 of them? You shall not have the cow. I will give you 11,000 of the best horses in my kingdom. No, my son, you shall not have the cow. He ups the ante. He says, give you 800 chariots. Before you say no, each chariot will be filled with the choicest and the rarest of gemstones. Vasishtha looks at him, and in a tone that's both disdainful and firm, he says, you can give me 1,000,000 cows, you can give me the wealth in all of your kingdom, but you shall not have the cow. It does not belong to you. It's not your dharma. Vishwamitra is a great warrior. He's a king. He's not used to disobedience. He's now angry. He says, take caution in your tone. Remember to whom you're speaking. The land that you stand on is the land that I own. You have it because I gave it to you. Everything that's on this land belongs to me. I could have taken the cow. At any time it would still be dharmic, but out of respect for you, I offered you great wealth. snaps his fingers, and the general of the army comes. What is your bidding, my lord? He says, get a squad together, capture the cow, let's take it back with us. And the squad of men rushes towards this beautiful, wish-fulfilling sattvic cow in the meadow. And the cow looks at Vasishtha as if beseeching him, asking, are you going to let them harm me, my lord? And Vasishtha looks at the cow. You have within you the power to stop them. Protect yourself. God has spoken. The cow shakes herself a bit much more vigorously this time and makes a sound, a mooing sound, but nothing like how she made it before. It was like as if a lion just roared. And then she goes still. What happens next? Stunning. From her belly begin to emerge hundreds of soldiers. So not ordinary soldiers, expert charioteers from Greece, horsemen from the steppes of Mongolia, swordsmen from Cambodia, and archers from India. They come out of the cow, wish-fulfilling, heavenly cow, in droves. Now, Vishwamitra's army is no slouch either. I mean, they have dominated the entire earth, indefatigable. So they arrange themselves into battle formation. But what chance does a human army have against this divine host? Very soon, as if within minutes, the entire army is decimated, defeated, eviscerated. All the soldiers of Vishwamitra are dead or they lay dying. Vishwamitra, the friend of the entire universe, is stunned. What happened? All my life I believed in human power. All my life I trained to be a warrior, equipped the best army and conquered the entire earth. And here, the forest monk with the wooden staff and the cow, my army was defeated, filled with anger, cheeks burning in humiliation. He's a great warrior. He's not one to give up. He has indomitable will. He looks at Vasishtha, says, I don't know what you just did, but this is not over. He turns his heel. Without looking back, he strides away from the ashram and goes. Where does he go? Where do all such people go? We just saw it in the skit. Of course, they go to the Himalayas. Amidst the snowy peaks of the Himalayas, Vishwamitra, the friend of the universe, begins to meditate to the great god Shiva, the god of destruction, the patron saint of all weapons. How does he meditate? What austerities does he perform? He stands on one leg. He lifts his arms and stands there. As a king, he's used to 3 meals a day. He stops. He reduces that to 2 and then to 1. And then eventually, he begins to eat only the dried leaves and the grass that's available to him on the ground near him. When winter comes, he stands in an icy river, lifted up. When summer comes, he stands on an exposed ledge. He meditates. A year passes. Om Namah Shivaya, a great 6-syllable mantra. He continues to chant that and meditate. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Keeps going. A year passes. And then 10 years. 50 years. 200 years. Om Namah Shivaya. Such is the power of his anger and the nature of his will. Om Namah Shivaya continues to meditate. 1,000 years later, 1,000 years later, Shiva appears in front of him. Dark-skinned, dark blue is his skin, smeared in ashes, matted locks as big as the mountains that surround him. Crescent moon on his head with a great trident. And Shiva says with a voice that fills the mountains and the valleys around him, and he says, my son Vishwamitra, I am very happy with you. What boon do you seek? Here comes trouble. It is said, Shiva is the greatest friend of devotees. You know why? Because all he wants is the devotee's love, and he's willing to give anything. And so it was that Shiva, the friend of devotees, the Lord of destruction, has asked the question. He's popped the question now. There's no turning back. And Vishwamitra says, my Lord, you're the god of destruction, the patron saint of all weapons, physical, astral, celestial. Will you not give me mastery over all of those weapons? I would like to have mastery over the power of the wind and fire and water. I would like to have the poison of all snakes within me at my beck and call and the ferocity of all wild animals. Tathastu, Shiva says, be it so. And Vishwamitra feels his body filled with this great power. Can you imagine that in one instant you feel the sacred mantras coming into your mind that allows you to control fire, earth, water, air, and you feel the great ferocity of all wild animals, indomitable, indefatigable. So his body fills with power, his mind fills with power. He begins to walk. All the anger repressed for 1,000 years comes back, unabated, perhaps amplified, seeking vengeance. He doesn't need to walk anymore. He's the master of the wind, so he flies to Vasishtha's ashram. Brahmarishi Vasishtha, the man through whom God speaks. And he descends into the ashram, and he sees there the meadow where he was humiliated, those little, pitiful little huts. His anger bubbles up uncontrolled. He chants the hymn to Agni, the god of fire, lifts his hands, and through his hands shoot out gouts and fountains of flame. It is not mere flame, it is the elemental force of fire itself. It arches high up into air and descends down into the poor mud huts, which have the acolytes and the disciples and the yogis, women and children. These poor humble huts, it incinerates all of them in an instant. The meadow is burned. The trees pregnant with fruits are gone. The fragrant flowers, the deer, all animals, they are gone. Moments ago, it was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the song of birds. Now, there is the smell of charred flesh and the crackle of bone about to break. An eerie silence descends over the ashram. And the silence is broken by a resonant voice. What have you done, you evil king? It is the voice of Vasishtha. He comes before Vishwamitra, his staff in hand. I fed you. I invited your armies into this hermitage and gave you a great banquet. Is this how you repay me? What a sin you have committed. His great big eyes still filled with divine peace, but also filled with bottomless sorrow, tinged with bottomless sorrow. And Vasishtha says in a voice that is both true and frightening, be prepared to pay the price of your sin. Vishwamitra just laughs at him. You know, last time Vasishtha, I don't know what you did. There was a magical cow and somehow it killed my armies. It's not like that now. I have the power of Shiva within me. There is no weapon that's not under my control. You cannot just summon some cow and kill me now. Be prepared to face my wrath. And saying so, once again he lifts his arms and the power of fire comes out of him and begins to arc up in the air. Vasishtha holds his staff, an emaciated monk, hardly built, very emaciated, skin and bones, holding a poor wooden staff. He holds it in front of him. And this fire, instead of going up and spreading out like it did before, seems to be attracted into a single laser beam, comes to the center of the staff and gets absorbed by it. In one moment, the power of fire is gone, nullified. The staff pulses just a little bit with the great energy that it just absorbed and is still. Vasishtha is not even using his other hand, just one hand. That's good enough for you. Vishwamitra is beside himself in anger. He invokes the power of water. A wall of water, a tsunami forms in front of him, gathers strength and roars towards Vasishtha. Holds the staff, one hand, a frail monk standing there. A man of God realization. The wooden staff absorbs all the water. Just like that, the water of all the seas and all the oceans in the world is absorbed in one moment by a thin wooden staff held by an emaciated monk. Vishwamitra continues the power, the explosive power of air, of earth. He rains down mountains, boulders, uproots trees, everything. absorbed by the staff. Not knowing what else to do, he takes the nuclear option. Ready to push the red button. What is the nuclear option? Well, the greatest force in the universe. What is the greatest force in the universe? It's the force that created the universe, of course. The creative potential of the universe itself. It's called Brahma's weapon, Brahmastra. With a chant, with a mantra that's unknown to all but very few, he begins to suck the power out of the entire creation. The earth spasms in uncontrolled earthquakes. The heavens are disturbed. And all the power gets sucked in. And it becomes a strange astral beam coming out of Vishwamitra's forehead. Such is the power of this beam that even Vasishtha feels his skin darken. And there are sparks coming out of the hair on his hands. And even he is disturbed a little bit, and he holds the staff with stronger hands, this time using both hands. The power of the entire creation is absorbed into the staff of the Creator. Nothing like this has ever been tried or seen before. The staff vibrates a little bit with the power, and then dissipates it to all of creation. Harmony is restored. In this moment of ultimate defeat, the nuclear option, the button's been pressed, nothing's happened. Now Vishwamitra realizes what happens when human power, even great human power, confronts the infinite power of God. Of course it's absorbed. In the moment of epiphany, he sees the sin that he has committed. He looks at his hands and says, these are the hands that were about to kill my Gurudeva. What have I done? He's mortified with his sin. But then he's a Kshatriya, he's a warrior, such is his will that he doesn't dwell on what went wrong. There, right in that instant, he decides, the only way I can atone for my sin is to become a Brahmarishi myself. When I am in constant communion with God, then I will know how to atone for my sin. It's too great otherwise. Now this time, he says the same thing what he said before, that this is not over, I will be back. But now it is said with an entirely different tone, I will be back, please forgive me. I will be a Brahmarishi. Goes back to the Himalayas. Deva Bhumi, the land of gods, he goes back there and begins to meditate. And what austerity it was. He doesn't eat anything. He doesn't drink anything. It is said that it's easy to fast, it's not that hard. It's even easy to forego water for a few days. But what's not easy is to forego sleep. With indomitable will, Vishwamitra gains mastery over sleep, begins to focus on God and prays to the God and says, give me God contact, O Lord. I wish to atone for my sin. And he begins to meditate. A year passes. 10 years. 50 years. You know where I'm going with this. 200 years. Keeps meditating. The power of his austerity is so great that smoke begins to come out of his body. But he continues. And 1,000 years later, Brahma the Creator appears. He experiences this great stillness, and in that moment of stillness, Brahma the Creator appears. He says, Vishwamitra, my son, I am very pleased with your great will and your single-minded contemplation of me. And with the thrill of God contact, Vishwamitra looks up to Brahma, and Brahma says, you are now a Rajarishi. Rajarishi means you are a king among rishis and a rishi among kings. And Brahma vanishes. Of course, the thrill of contact, of God contact is great. It's amazing, life-changing. But that's not enough for Vishwamitra. He wants to be a Brahmarishi. The will of the Kshatriya, the will of man is very great. So he begins to contemplate, where did I go wrong? Swadhyaya, self-study, where did I go wrong? Then he realizes somewhere in the 1,000-year meditation, there was one day when He was meditating, he was really getting to a good place. And then there was a very melodious song of a songbird which disturbs his meditation. He wakes up with great anger, he curses the bird and makes bad things happen to it. And he says, that's where I went wrong. God may have touched my heart, but anger still remains in me. Why do I have anger? He meditates on it. I have anger because I still have desire. I desire to be a Brahma Rishi. Why do I have desire? This is a hard one. I have desire because I have attachments. He's getting close to the essence of the problem. Why do I have attachments? This is really hard. He thinks, why do I have attachments? I have given up my family, my kingdom is long gone. I don't even know what happened to my descendants. I wear the robes of a simple monk. Why do I have attachments? Why does he have attachments? Another moment of epiphany. What a realization it was. I have attachments simply because I dwell on things. I dwell on the beauty of a tree. I am attached to that tree. I dwell on the fragrance of a flower. I am attached to that flower. I dwell on the beauty of a woman. I am attached to that woman. He says, then what is the solution? I cannot think about creation. I can only think about the Creator. That is the transformation. How he says, how shall I seek thee, Lord my God? And the answer comes, seek me through service. How shall I serve thee, Lord my God? And the answer comes, serve me by loving me. That's all God wants. How shall I love thee, Lord my God? With every breath you take. With body, mind and soul, I seek only thee. And now, Vishwamitra enters into meditation. Vishwamitra, the friend of the universe, Rajarshi, enters into meditation now. He doesn't want anything. He doesn't want to be a Brahmarshi. He doesn't want any attainments. He just sits in meditation. And his breath, he lived only on breath. Now even his breath is stopped. Such is his stillness. The great fountain of energy begins to rise from the base of his spine, rising up through the central channel, washing away lifetimes of vrittis, of karmic vortices. His heart opens completely to the presence of God, and he stays in divine ecstasy for who knows how long, a year, 50 years, 200 years, maybe 1,000 years, we don't know. There is no time. He stays in divine ecstasy. And then finally, the Supreme Spirit himself takes human form as God Vishnu, resplendent in golden robes, arms lifted in benediction. He appears in front of Vishwamitra. Says, Vishwamitra, friend of the universe, you shall always be with me from now on. I shall never leave your presence. You will always be in infinite bliss. Hold out your right hand. Vishwamitra holds out the right hand, and in the right hand appears the simple wooden staff. You are a Brahma Rishi now. When you speak my will. Tears are flowing down Vishwamitra's cheeks. When he has it, he no longer wants it. Why? He has God already. What does a wooden staff mean? What does the title mean? Isn't that the nature of all our aspirations, even the greatest ones? That's why it's called as Leela. It's a game that God plays. Nonetheless, Brahma Rishi, Vishwamitra, what does he say? Lord, the hand in which you placed your staff, which is meant to hold your power, has sinned gravely. It was once about to strike my Gurudeva. How can I atone for that sin, my Lord? And Vishnu says, the dark ages are coming, my son. You had the willpower to find me through pure human willpower alone. In the dark ages, this is not possible. Will you not find a trick, find something that everybody can use, that in the depths of the dark ages, they can just deploy that little tool, that little trick, and they too can be enlightened like you are. Then Vishwamitra says, "Thy will be done, Lord." Goes back into meditation. For a yogi of self-realization, for a Brahma Rishi, what is time? Has no meaning. So in using his yogic power, he travels forward in time to the dark ages, descends in astral form, perhaps has walked among us in this earth, and begins to feel the human pain and suffering in the dark ages, brought along by lust, desire, possessiveness, and all the endless cycles of births and deaths that we are part of. For a man of self-realization, a man who has seen infinite bliss, what suffering is this? His heart cannot tolerate it. It's rent asunder by this incredible pain and suffering of humanity. He meditates fervently, feverishly. Help me get rid of the pain of humanity, Lord. Please show me something. He continues to meditate. And I won't go through how long he meditated. You all know this. Let's say a long time later. His heart is still torn with pain as he continues to meditate. And suddenly, he begins to hear a small sound in his right ear. And he realizes that when he focuses on that sound, the pain of humanity that he feels in his heart is reduced just a little bit. He focuses even more, and the indistinct sound becomes a little more distinct. Focuses even more, and the syllables begin to separate themselves from this sound. And they arrange themselves behind the spiritual eye, golden syllables, 24 syllables, 8 syllables per line. It arranges itself in 3 lines. And he looks at those and begins to chant it loudly. Then he realizes, and as soon as he does that, the pain that he feels in his heart melts away. And now he knows the will of God has been done. Through God's grace, I have found a mantra that is so great that in the darkest depths of human suffering, just listening to it heals my heart. I shall call thee the Gayathri Mantra, he says. And he begins to chant, and then he hears the chant even outside of his physical form. It's as if many people are chanting with him. He opens his hand automatically going to Brahmadanda, the staff of God, and he sees in front of him, who else but Brahma Rishi Vasishtha. He's standing there, a great smile on his face, eyes filled with love and compassion. He comes to Vishwamitra and says, "Vishwamitra, friend of the universe, Brahma Rishi, the one through whom God speaks his will, God used your anger to serve a purpose. You have given such a great gift to mankind, the Gayathri Mantra, which is capable, so powerful, that it is capable of granting enlightenment no matter who chants it. Gods and angels are surrounding Vasishtha, and they all say, 'Glory be to Vishwamitra. Blessed be Vishwamitra, the great saint, the great Brahma Rishi. Let his name stand for as long as the sun and the moon stands.' And so it was that through the efforts of Vishwamitra, the friend of the universe, the Gayathri Mantra was given to us as a gift by God himself. No matter what our cosmic burden might be, chanting this mantra with devotion is capable of parting the veil of Maya just a little bit, so that we can perceive the eternal bliss of the Creator in our hearts. So will you join me now in chanting this mantra, as millions of people have done over thousands of years? We'll play a recording of Swami chanting this, and then we'll chant along with him.
Om Bhur
Swa Om Tatsaviturvaraniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Om Tatsaviturvaraniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Om Tatsaviturvaraniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Om Tatsaviturvaraniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Om Tatsaviturvaraniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Om Tatsaviturvaraniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Om Tatsaviturvaraniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Om Tatsaviturvaraniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat
I'd like to thank Murali for this beautiful, beautiful telling of the story of Gayathri Mantra. Thank you, Murali. Thank you to our dancers, to our chanters, and our other stars are probably somewhere trying to scrub off all the makeup. But also many thanks to Melody and Kalidas and Sam. And thank you all.
Thank you very much for listening to this wonderful story of the Gayathri Mantra. And that's just one verse
from the Vedas. Could you imagine all of the other stories for all the other mantras? Oh. Where can you find that video, asks Lord of Lords? You can find that video on the Ananda Sangha Worldwide, sorry. That's, you know what, I might as well just show my screen so you can see. This is the YouTube channel where that video is from. Ananda Sangha Worldwide. And the storyteller's named Murali. And he's got many other stories on there. And he's very gifted. One thing that I was waiting for is the meaning of the mantra, which you'd think in an almost hour-long story, which is already a bridged version, they tell you the meaning of the mantra that it's about. So allow me to just add at the end here. The mantra appears in 3 lines. Tat savitur varenyam bhargo devasya dhimahi dhiyo yonah prachodayat. That's what it sounds like in the Gayathri meter. The version we listened to was a little bit more creative. Eventually it was revealed the bija syllables that correspond to that mantra. That's what you hear at the beginning. Om Bhur Bhuvaswa. It's said that every mantra has a secret set of bijas that are revealed later, and those are sacred utterances. Of course, it starts with Om, which is the bija of the whole of creation, preservation and destruction of the universe. Then there's the bija Bhuhu, which corresponds to the earth plane. The bija Bhuva, which corresponds to the astral plane or the subtle. And then there's the bija Swaha, which corresponds to the celestial or causal plane. And it is from there we go from the earth to the sky to the celestial plane. We find Tat Savituhu. We find that sun-like radiance, Varenyam, that is worthy of worship. Bhargo, remover of darkness. Devasya, divine. Dhimahi, we meditate upon. Dhyoyona, intellect of ours. Prachodayat, may you impel. And in what direction may that sun-like radiance impel our intellect? Well, then it loops back into the beginning. Om Bhur Bhuvaswa. Through creation, preservation, destruction, from the earth, the astral, to the celestial. And it's an ancient metaphor because the earth is our body, the sky is our mind, and the celestial is our consciousness. And when we are taken inward from our body, mind to consciousness, it is from there we find Tat Savituhu, that sun-like radiance that is worthy of worship, that is the dissolver of darkness, of ignorance, that is divine, that we meditate upon. May that inner illuminator impel our intellect. That is the Gayathri Mantra. Om Bhur Bhuvaswa Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. So that ends our mini Yamathon today. We have gone for over 6 hours now. We've had 2 meditation sessions. I bid you all farewell. I thank you for joining me. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asato ma satgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. Thank you for your trio of roses dancing Aurora Borealis. Om Aghorebhyo Ta Ghorebhyo Aghora Ghore Tarebhyam Sarvata Sharva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhya. Thank you, dear Ping. Dear Ping, thank you for your heart me. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodaya. Dear Valley Wings, Raven, thank you for your heart me. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvar Sarva Bhutanam Brahmadipati Brahmanodhipatir Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. You are appreciated too, dear Jake. Thank you, Denise, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Jacqueline, thank you for your quintet of rosas. There's a beautiful version of the Gayathri where you mix it in with another Rigvedic mantra, the Maha Mrityunjaya mantra, and together they form an even more potent mantra. Sounds like this when you interlock them together. Am Bhur Bhuvasva Om. Sorry, actually, I missed a line before that. Sounds like this. Om Ham Jom Sa Om Bhur Bhuvasva Om Tryambakam Yajamahe Om Tatsavitur Varenyam Om Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Om Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Om Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Om Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Om Swaha Om. You know, I messed up that mantra. I missed the line again. I'll just do it all over again. From the top. Om Ham Jom Sa Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Om Tryambakam Yajamahe Om Tatsavitur Varenyam Om Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Om Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Om Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Om Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Om Mrityormukshiya Mamritat Om Swaha Om Bhuvaha Om Bhuhu Om Saha Om Yom Om Haum Om. There. Deserves to be enunciated with precise articulation. That's for you, dear Jacqueline. And thank you, Kazki, for your team cheers. Om
Saraswatyai Namah. What's the name of that? Asked Riri. That is a combination of the Gayathri Mantra, which you just heard a long story about, and another Vedic mantra known as the Mahamrityunjaya Mantra, the great death defeating mantra. It's also known as the Triambakam Mantra after the first line. Triambakam, which means to the three-eyed one, the one with their third eye open. I call it the Cucumber Mantra because it includes the line Uvarukam, which means to the cucumber, because it translates to salutations to the three-eyed one, whose fame is fragrant, the increaser of nourishment. May you sever us from our stalk like the cucumber, from death, but not from our deathlessness. Thank you, dear Anthony. I won't. Please know that this live stream is recorded and put on my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. It's there for you to watch in its entirety without any ads. And the readings, our meditation, it's all clipped in its own playlist too, in case you want to make use of that. And if there's anything I couldn't attend to while live, my inbox is open on other platforms like Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, email, and everything I do remains free, including that. Try to go through my messages once per day. If I don't, I'm sorry. It might take me more than one day sometime, but there's also the Discord server and Telegram group. All of that's linked in the link tree in my bio. And one more announcement. There is a new segment in our Sanghas, and that's the community memes. And if you wanted to make a meme out of any of these things, of the things talked in our live stream, I think that'd be really great as a way for us to embrace humility here, because although we touch on some pretty sincere and poignant discussions, it doesn't mean that in another level we can't not take ourselves seriously. So there is a new what happened? There was an image here that I was going to show. It used to be here that I could show on the screen. Do I have the ability to add a picture live? Let me see. Oh, I accidentally deleted it. That's what happened. I'll just show you manually. Yeah, I accidentally deleted this. A screenshot of my link tree. You'll notice there's a new link there, a meme submission. If you click on that, it leads you to a place where you can submit memes. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that wonderful? So I invite the memers of the Sangha to come out, and we'll have another wonderful episode of Community Memes another time. Anyway, thank you very much for participating in our Sangha tonight. now. That's right, it got absorbed with the stick along with the elements of fire and earth, water, air, and the power of the Creator. It all got absorbed into the Brahma Danda. You're funny, BT.
Look blown out. You mean my pupils are large? My pupils are large because I love all of you, and love widens your pupils. And it's true. I'm just in a lot of love right now. Dear Carolyn, you share you've been studying manifestation and spirituality deeply. You struggle with anger at people. And your humility and vulnerability to realize that about yourself is precisely the key to finding peace. That is a step that is going to get you most of the way there already. Dear Enzo, you share you meditated for 2 hours and you feel worse after. That's never happened before. Yeah, it can happen. Yes. But it's still a release. It's still a transmutation of energy. And ultimately, you have benefited from this experience. But take care of your body, take care of your mind, as I'm going to now. I've been sitting here for 6.5 hours. I should probably put something in my body. I didn't eat at all today, so let me go do that. And thank you, dear Captain, for your nonet of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, dear feline. Yes, I'm gonna go drink some water as well. And attend to my beloved, if they're not sleeping. May you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, your afternoon, your evening, your night, whatever time it is for you. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment.